13. Dorian woke in bed with sunlight streaming through the privacy-shielded window. It took her a moment to orient herself. Then she realized she must have fallen asleep on the couch downstairs with Sebastian reading. And he must have carried her up to bed. The idea felt odd and, oddly, nice. Why couldn't someone like him have been her father? Did she even have a father? It didn't feel like it. Or how come she ended up hurt and hiding? Why couldn't someone like Sebastian have taken her away from all the crap and into the nice? Because things didn't work that way, she decided. Maybe she didn't remember lots of stuff, but she remembered that. Never had, never would work like that. Not for somebody like her. Still, she lay there a few minutes fantasizing about it. She couldn't remember if she'd ever lain around in bed before on a sunny morning. "Get your lazy ass up!" She heard the voice clearly in her head. A woman's voice, harsh and raspy. Mother? Yeah, Mother, because the face started to come clear, too. She didn't want to hear it, see it, so she just blocked it out. Because she could stay here now. Sebastian said so, and nobody seemed to care if she remained in bed a while in the morning. He could be, sort of, her father, couldn't he? As long as she stayed. So she lay there for a bit and took inventory. Her head didn't hurt or feel wrong anymore. Her ankle felt sore, but not as bad. Same with her knee. Maybe they felt a little twingy when she got up, but she could walk okay. Nobody had said she couldn't take a shower, and she wanted one. She had the little bag, toothbrush and stuff Mouser had brought her. So she went to the bathroom she shared with Chi-Chi and some other kids. It felt so good to wash, to put on clean clothes, even if the pants were a little too big and a little too short. Hungry, she started downstairs. She could hear people talking, hear at least somebody playing a game. She thought she'd get something to eat and see what chores she had to do. She'd be happy to do them. If she did her chores, didn't bitch and whine, she could stay. Stay with Sebastian and Mouser and all the other kids. She'd always have somebody to talk to hang out with. Then, when she did whatever Sebastian said, maybe Mouser or Chi-Chi or somebody wanted to go out for a while. She wanted to see the city. She had little flashes of it. Icy cold, lots of lights and people, and wanted to see if she made them up or remembered something. Maybe she didn't want to remember the woman with the angry voice, or why she'd had to hide in the dark, but this was different. She liked having her name, Dorian, and she liked being here. She felt sure she liked being in New York, even though that was blurry and cold. She saw Sebastian in the family room, just like the night before, but today he talked to one of the kids, a girl, maybe a little younger than she was, while he scooted 3 little red bowls around a table. "Keep your eye on the shiny silver ball, Bets, while we go round and round. Find the ball, win $5. Then he stopped. "Where's the ball?" She tapped decisively on the middle bowl, but when he lifted it, no ball. "But I know it was there. I watched really close." Hands quicker than the eye. And he held out a hand with the silver ball in the palm. "But I saw you put it under the bowl." "You thought you saw because I told you to see it." Idly, he shifted the bowls around the table. You have to be very quick and smooth in the old shell game. He smiled at her. "Oops, where's the ball?" "In your other hand." He held both out, empty, then lifted the left fold to reveal it. "But how did you do it? Can you teach me?" "I am." He spotted Dorian. "Practice a while. You have the hands for it." He rose. "Good morning. I bet you're hungry." "I could really eat." "Let's see about that." They had a communal kitchen with a big table and a bigger table in the room right next to it. She knew the rules already. Everybody took care of their own dishes. If you ate the last of something, you had to tell the one in charge that week. It rotated. "I'll take care of your breakfast this morning." Like a dad, she thought, and yearned. "You don't have to." "You get one more day's grace," he told her. "How about an egg pocket? And it looks like someone foraged in the great city woods and found some berries." "That's chill. Is Mouser around? I thought maybe we could go out today. I feel a lot better." "That's good." As he programmed what looked like an ancient auto chef, he glanced around. "Give us the kitchen for now, Howell." When Howell, a gangly 16 with a mop of hair falling over his eyes, shrugged and slumped off, Dorian said, "I don't mind if he's here while I eat." "I'd like to have the time and space to talk to you for now." At the table, she gripped her hands together in her lap. "Did I do something wrong? I'm sorry. Don't make me go. I can—" "Dorian, you did nothing wrong, and no one will make you go anywhere." He set the egg pocket in front of her, and the berries, then something pretending to be orange juice. "You said you trusted me." He programmed coffee for himself, or what came as close to coffee as they could manage. "I do. I really do." "Eat some of that now." "Did you sleep better the rest of the night?" "I didn't dream at all after. I want to do chores, like you said." "We'll get to all that. Doc said your ankle would be sore." "A little, but it's not bad. I wrapped it again, like he said, after I took a shower, and I can walk on it without it hurting." "Young bones." He smiled at her. "No headaches? Dizziness?" She began to relax and eat as she decided he just wanted to check on how she felt. I want to go out and walk around, see if I remember anything, you know?" Watching her, he sipped some coffee. "You haven't remembered anything more?" "Not exactly." He nodded, then took a link out of his pocket. "I want you to look at something, someone, and tell me, you'll be honest because we trust each other, if you remember her." "Okay, but I don't think I really know anybody except you guys." Her first thought when she looked at the screen was she liked the girl's hair, all bright and red. And then her heart began to bang, and her skin went ice cold. For a minute, it seemed like forever. She couldn't breathe, only gasp for air that wouldn't come. It all fell onto her. A collapsed building hurtling down with bricks and steel and jagged glass rushing to bury her. From a distance, she heard a voice but just kept shaking her head. "No, no, no, no!" "Dorian, you're safe. Dorian, no one's going to hurt you. Look at me now. Just look at me." Sebastian had a grip on her arms, kept talking as he leveled down to draw her wide, shocked eyes to his. The panic attack ripped, turning her face sickly gray, racking her with shudders. "You need to breathe in, breathe out." "Can't." "Yes, you can. Look at me. Look right at me and breathe. Nice and slow. There you go now. That's the way. In and out. You're safe. I'm right here with you." He flicked a warning glance at one of the kids who started to walk in and sent her scuttling away again. "Good girl. You're all right. Everything's gonna be all right." He watched the first tears slide down her cheek and considered it an improvement over the wild-eyed shock. "I'm going to get you some water. I'm just going right there and getting you some water." I remember. "Yes, I can see that. Just sit. Sit and breathe." As he got the water, he cursed himself. Had he gone too fast? Should he have given her more time? And what in God's name would he do if this child was somehow responsible or complicit in the death of another child? He brought her the water, sat, looked at her face, and simply couldn't believe it. Yes, even children were capable of killing. He certainly knew that to be tragically true. But not this one. Not this one with the desperate eyes shedding mournful tears. "Can you tell me what you remember?" "Mina." Her hand shook as she lifted the glass, so she gripped it with both. "Mina. I forgot." "What happened to Mina?" "She got away." "Did she get away?" "She ran. She ran so they wouldn't find me. In the rain. I fell. I hurt my leg, my ankle. I fell, and she ran so they'd run after her. We got out, but they were coming and I fell. Did she get away?" She put the glass down with a rattle, grabbed his arm. "Is she here? Is Mina here like me?" "No, she's not here. You and Mina got out. Of what? Of where?" "Of the academy." Tears flooded now, and she laid her head on the table, racked by them. Oh God, I remember." She told him pieces and in fits and starts. He clamped down on his outrage, knowing if he let it come, he'd only frighten her. Finally, she knuckled at her swollen eyes, and those eyes pleaded with him. "Can you find her? Can you help me find her? She's going to call her parents. She said they'd come." He stroked her hair. "You need to be strong. It's so much to ask after all you've been through, but you've already shown you're strong. I'm so sorry, Dorian. Mina didn't get away." "They caught her? No, we got out. And if they took her back?" Her face went blank, and those pleading eyes blank. He felt his heart break as he watched something inside her die. "She's dead, isn't she? They killed her. Those fucking bastards killed her. She ran so they didn't catch me, and they killed her. I couldn't run, and now she's dead." "I'm sorry. More than I can say. None of this is your fault." "I fell and couldn't run." Life came back to her face, but it was hard and it was bitter. "She helped me, and nobody ever did. Now she's dead. She was brave and thought of you. You have to honor her, and the first way is to put the blame where it belongs, on the people who hurt her, and you, and all the others. I want to kill them. I find it hard to blame you for it. Do you trust me? Will you help me kill them?" Looking into those young, bitter eyes, he sat back. "I can't do that. As much as I understand, I can't take a life, even a vile one. I have others here who trust me, who need this safe place because they've been hurt or betrayed or abandoned. But I have another way. Another way you can honor Mina and make them pay for what they've done, what they're doing. Pay how? By losing everything but their lives. And that's a deeper punishment. Losing everything and having to live with the nothing. You can help take it from them, take their freedom like they took yours. He took her hand again, leaned toward her. I know someone who can help do that. You. In my way, but someone else. He tried a little smile. Do you know who Mavis Freestone is? Yeah, who doesn't? She's pretty mag, I guess. I couldn't listen to music at home, but I stole some buds so she wouldn't hear, and I listened to her sometimes. She's a friend of mine. Some of the young girl eked back. Step out. She's like a total celeb and way rich and all of it. She wasn't always. Once she was like you, like the family here. A girl who needed a safe place. Serious? No bull. She stayed here? Not in this place. I didn't have it then, but in another. But she's somebody. So are we all. Even if, how's she gonna help make them all pay? She's a singer. She has a friend, a very good friend, who's police. Dorian snatched her hand away. Cops. Fuck that. Fuck them. They'll ship me back to free hell or toss me in juvie again, and I'm not ever— Hear me out. We listen to each other here, Dorian, so listen to me now. I'm going to promise you not to do anything, talk to anyone, unless you agree. That's first. I promise you. I'm not gonna agree, so forget it. I'll leave first and take my chances. They're looking for you, Dorian. These evil people and the police. Because of Mina? They don't think I said you're safe here. And if you choose, I'll get you money and find a way to get you out of New York. But if you choose that, they will never pay and never stop. Never pay for Mina. Never stop hurting all the other girls. He put a hand on her cheek, gently, and felt relief when she didn't jerk away. It's too much. Too terribly much to put on your shoulders, but that's the reality of it. Before you choose, I'm asking you to hear me out. I'm not going to the cops. She folded her arms. But whatever. I'm going to tell you how I met this cop, Lieutenant Eve Dallas, and why her friend and mine, Mavis, brought us together. There were girls, he began, like you and Mina, years ago. Someone hurt them, killed them, and hid their bodies behind a wall. One day, not very many months ago, a man broke down that wall because he wanted to build something new, something good. And those young girls, what remained of them, were found. At Central, Eve paced the conference room. She'd put most of the morning into looking for ways to cut down the number of properties on Roarke's list. The problem remained he'd done too damn good a job doing that already. It left her with far too many that could fit what she envisioned, and worse, her vision might be off. Frustrated, she'd switched to potential victims and began scouring files looking for that one tiny overlooked mistake. Now she paced. She'd find the mistake. She'd damn well find it. She'd only been through 6 files so far. The fact that she hadn't found it there didn't mean she wouldn't find it in any of the others. She'd rather be out on the street, doing something that felt like action, like progress. But the simple fact remained on this one The action and progress lived in files. More coffee, she decided. She just needed more coffee. She heard Peabody coming seconds before she caught the scent. She turned to see her partner carrying in 2 plates. "You got pizza? 1 pepperoni, 1 veggie. The veggie's my excuse to have pizza. Out of your office, AC. And the only reason I got out of the bullpen alive with it is everybody knows what we're working on." She set them on the conference table. "We gotta eat, Dallas. Roarke told EDD he'd be in soon, and he'd push you to eat anyway. Probably not pizza." Peabody had a point, and a check of the time told her morning had somehow become 2 in the afternoon. Peabody pulled a tube of Pepsi out of one pocket, one of Diet out of the other. Time slipping away. Frustrated, Eve cracked the tube and drank. "One way or the other, I've got to call the feds in tomorrow. Hell, maybe that's best. Either I'm not seeing something or it's just not there. We've hit a little wall. We'll push over it." Thinking of that, Eve mentally shifted back to locations. "I'm going to have Uniform Carmichael put together a team. They can start paying the properties a visit. Just need a bullshit excuse. Community outreach should work. Just get in and sniff around. Going in knowing the possibility it's a front, you might just smell something off. Couldn't hurt." Peabody sat, took a slice. Giving up, Eve did the same. "I'm wondering if some of the abductions come from scouts that root in a certain area. Service people, repair people, delivery people, fucking cops. And I hate that one, but we have to let it in. People get used to seeing them. Don't look twice." "Plumbers," Peabody speculated. "IT people. Handymen who cover an area. Or even if they don't, people don't usually look twice at a work truck or van driving through the neighborhood." The pizza hit the empty places in exactly the right way. "Maybe you live in a neighborhood and take a kid from it," Eve considered. "Get the kid, drive off, travel to a pickup location, or all the way to the target area. The business there would have to be a front too," Peabody pointed out, "or most likely for that to work." "Yeah, but if it's connected with the front here, say the outlet where they make the underwear, the uniforms. It feels smart, and this is a smart operation. You wouldn't pick up a kid every day, or even every week. You go about your business, pick the kid, and have all the time you need to watch until you hit at the right time. Street kids, the Dorian type, that's a different system." Pizza, Eve thought as she ate, answered almost all needs. "Let's try this. Plumbers, like you said. So we look for a big operation here with our probabilities. Plumbing supplies, commercial plumbing operation. Same with IT. General repairs. I'm not sure what you attach that to, but we'll find it. The sewing tailoring operation. Delivery services. Plenty of big operations for that. Utility shit. You know, solar installation and repair. It's an angle. I'll tell McNabb to plug it in too. The more the better. I've got more kids, Dallas. I started on open cases where the girl didn't hit that physical beauty level. I've found 17 more so far, from 6 to 16 that fit the abduction pattern. I'm going to put them in the categories, ages, good neighborhoods, runaways, but I needed the break. 17. I'm gonna get Carmichael started, and hell, maybe I'll tug on Teasdale today. We've got the cracks, but we're not widening them. She took a second slice. We should have had a solid sighting of Dorian Gregg by now if she stayed in the city, if she went back to her former territory. She's either gone, they grabbed her back, or she's dead somewhere. Gone's most likely, Peabody commented. She had a window before we ID'd her blood. She climbed out and booked. We could get lucky and she'll get picked up somewhere. No relying on luck there. She thought of herself at 8, and how terrified she'd have been if she'd ended up with federal agents surrounding her. But it was coming down to the wire on no choice there. She pulled out her communicator, contacted Officer Carmichael, gave him the assignment, sent him the necessary data. That, at least, felt like action, however weak. She looked over as Willoughby came in. "Hey, thought I'd bop down from EDD and fill you in." She dressed for EDD, Eve thought, in a rainbow shirt and neon green bibbed baggies, and bopped over on pink low-top air kicks. "That pizza is not vending crap." Eve waved a hand at it. "Go ahead." "Either one," Peabody told her. "Or both. Veggie pizza's the only way veggies go down easy. I'll take a slice of both." She sat on the table, laid one slice over the other, and bit in. "So, your man's up there now," she told Eve. "Sizzle." She gave a little shiver. "If you don't mind me saying." "You already did." "I got a weakness for the sizzle, and the smarts. I don't care what chromosomes somebody's got, I just go for sizzle or smarts. Somebody's got both, I'm a goner. He sure has both. Anyway," she paused to take another bite. "He's working with the e-geeks on this op, and I'm gonna say it could work. It'll take some doing and some damn good cover. It's pretty late in the game for this auction, but you do get some buyers who don't move in until late in the game." She looked at the board, at the faces as she ate. "If we do it right, pull it off, it could work for some of them." "Did you get any sleep, Willoughby?" "Zonked a few Z's. Pizza's better than the Z's. We're down to 2 days and change. I'll sleep after." Then she gestured to the board. "Some of the girls you've got up there are starting to pop up in more previews. If it goes the way I think, full sales kits go online by this time tomorrow. You've added some of the kiddies." "Yeah, they fit the abduction pattern." "Fuckers. I want to take them down as much as you. The thing is, however slick, however major this organization is, there are others. The op up in EDD? Maybe, just maybe, we take down a few more." "How many, you figure?" Eve asked her. "On this scale?" Willoughby shook her head. "Not many. But you'll have smaller organizations, maybe holding 3 or 4 to put up for an auction like this. A few more that specialize, and likely import rather than snatch. The brutes. Just my term for it. The ones who use and abuse, then sell off. More of those. But they'd need good financing to participate in this level of auction. The entry fee's $500,000, and that's just to get in to sell. Then 20% of the sale price goes to the auction. Seems like busting that wide would be a good move. Doesn't it just? Maybe this'll give us a shot at it. It'd be a hell of a thing, wouldn't it? If these 2 kids blow it all down?" "No trace of her yet? Dorian Gregg?" "No. We're hitting on the kooks and the overeagers, but nothing that's panned out. I'm calling in the feds, tomorrow latest." "Shit. Figured that was coming." She ate more pizza. "I hate to see them horn in on what we're starting up in EDD. We're going to do it clean," she added. No way we're going to let any of these bastards slide out on technicalities, but feds can be harsh on a little wiggle. I can't hold it off longer than that. Right now, I'm not sure I should. I hear you. Whatever it takes. I'm going back to the circus. Thanks for the pizza. Most mago. As she pushed off the table, Trueheart, the earnest, tapped on the door jamb. Sorry, Lieutenant. Even as he spoke, Willoughby turned back to Eve, widened her eyes, tapped her hand on her heart. Detective, Mavis is here. I didn't want to send her back without getting your go. She got the kid with her? No, sir. You can send her back. He's so cute, Willoughby said when he went out again. Got the cute sizzles. Got brains? He's a solid cop, a good detective. Tamp it down some, Willoughby. Just saying. Not married or anything, is he? He's not, Peabody filled in when Eve just closed her eyes. But he's just off a relationship. She took a job in East Washington. He's really sweet. I like sweet, especially with cute sizzles. I'm in a serious dry spell, you know? Maybe after we bust these bastards, I can... Holy shit! Mavis stepped in on purple sneaks, pink skin pants, and a purple shirt that clung to her little baby bump and sported a pink arrow pointing to it that read, Guess Who? Her hair was a curling mass of both colors. She would, Eve thought, have fit in very well in EDD. Willoughby actually squealed. Mavis Freestone! Holy shit! I'm a mega fan. Mavis put on the high beams, but Eve knew her. Something's up, she thought. Something's off. Thanks! Great to meet you. Willoughby. Zela Willoughby. I hit your concert on Fire Island. Man, it was beyond. And the vid you just released, backed by Avenue A, duetting with Jake Kincaid, frosted supreme. I'm babbling. Sorry. Hear me complaining? Juices me to hear somebody likes my music. Love it. This is a moment for me. Anyway, gotta go before I drool or something. Jesus, she said as she headed out. 2 sizzles and a freestone. What a day! Okay. Mavis let out a breath, and the high beams dimmed. Can I shut this door? Yeah. Is Bella okay? Leonardo? Yeah, all totally. Then come sit down and tell me what the fuck. I can see it all over you. I'm going to. Want some tea or something? Peabody asked her. No, I'm good. All good. She crossed over, but stood looking at the board. So many, she said quietly. She pressed a hand protectively over the child inside her, then sat. I need you to hear me all the way out and not get pissed. Why would I get pissed? I just need you to listen all the way. You're looking for one of these girls, especially. Dorian Gregg. That's right. What do you know? If you listen all the way and don't get pissed, I can get her to come to the house where you can talk to her. Eve struggled not to lurch up and shout. You know where she is? No. But I can do what I said if you listen, don't get pissed. I need to know where she is, Mavis. The hand rubbing circles over the baby bump went into high speed. You're already pissed. I know what all this means to you. And you know what it all means to me. I know you want to know where she is to keep her safe and to find a way to help all those girls. Her voice broke as she looked at the board again. Please, let me help that happen. I had to give my word to get this far. Solemn promise mode. Most solemn. I'm going to have to ask you and Peabody to give yours to get more. But I can help if you hear me all the way. I'm listening. Sebastian tagged me. She's with him. 14. She wanted to explode, to spew hot, molten, electric fury, so did the opposite. She went ice cold. Where is she? Where's he keeping her? I don't know. Dallas, don't fuck with me, Mavis. Not on this. Where's his hole? I don't know. Even if I did, I couldn't tell you because I had to promise. But I don't know. It's been a bazillion years since I ran with Sebastian and his kids. Jesus, since before I met you. You know that. He's holding a material witness to a murder and the key to a hell of a lot more. What does he want for her? Mavis's eyes went hard, went hot. Her voice matched it. It's not like that. I knew I'd piss you off. I didn't figure you'd piss me off, pulling out the hard-ass goddamn cop. I am a hard-ass goddamn cop. A hard-ass goddamn murder cop with a 13-year-old girl in the morgue. Okay. Peabody held up both hands. Why don't we... Both Eve and Mavis rounded on her with looks that burned to the bone. Peabody lowered her hands. Nothing, she muttered. Nothing at all. You need to shut up for 2 damn minutes and fucking listen, Mavis snapped. He didn't tell me much because he wants her to tell you, get it? He didn't want it all filtered out through me. So I know one of his kids found her and she was hurt. The kid brought her in. Hurt how? I don't know, okay? Mavis snapped it back again. I don't. He saw the media reports, and he's been working on convincing her to talk to you. So he tags you up, puts you in the middle of it. Yeah, he tagged me up because he figured I'd have a better shot at getting you to agree to her conditions than he would going direct. Tell me he's wrong. Conditions, my ass. You're really being an asshole. So number 2 and I are going to take a walk around the room and simmer it. Peabody, could I get some water? Sure. And reading the room, Peabody left it rather than using the AC. He didn't tell me a lot, Mavis continued as she walked. But I saw the reports too. And he told me enough for me to figure out it's more than that poor dead girl and this scared out of her shit one. It's all these. We know what it's like. She turned back, eyes still hot, but brimming now. I don't know exactly what this is, but I can buy a fricking clue. And we know what it's like, you and me. So you're really pissed off, and I'm really pissed off. And all I can think is what if somebody took Bella, took her and hurt her, and don't do that. Struggling to find her calm again, Eve pressed her fingers to her eyes. He had no business bringing you into it, because you know what it's like, and because you'd go there. You don't get pissed for me. Mavis jabbed a finger toward Eve. I can do that all by myself and for myself. And if you stop being pissed for a minute, you know why he came to me. You don't have to like him. You don't have to like or get what he does. But I know without him at that point in my life, I could have been on that board. He was what I needed when I needed it. Right now, he's what this girl needs. What she needs is medical assistance and police protection. And those girls on the board, what they need is for her to tell me every goddamn thing she knows. Great, Mag. Awesome-lutely. Mavis sat again, one hand running light circles over her belly. She glanced over as Peabody came back. Thanks. So, Here it is." She took the moment to crack the tube, sip some water. "She's agreed, and I get the impression he had to tap dance, do backflips, and juggle at the same time, to talk to you at a neutral location, which is the house, our house. Mavis, please." Reaching out, Mavis took and gripped Eve's hand. "She won't come into Central. Jesus, neither would I back in my time. But she'll meet you, talk to you at my place if you make some promises. Sebastian knows, and he's convinced her you won't lie to me. And I won't lie to them." "What promises?" "You don't arrest her." "Dallas, she didn't kill that other girl. I know that." "Peabody?" "Whoever did," Peabody began, "tried to throw it on Dorian. We know that. She's a witness, not a suspect." "You have to promise not to arrest her," Mavis repeated, "or send her back to her mother, or yank her into the system, a foster home, a safe house. She feels safe right now. You want me to promise to let a key witness go off to an unknown location with a guy who runs a gang of kids who grift and steal? It's not a gang, really. It's more a kind of family. But wait. Sebastian thinks, once she's talked to you, we'll be able to convince her to go to an official safe house until you find who murdered Dorian's friend. Especially if you let one of the kids, the kid who found her, go with her." "Dallas?" Peabody very carefully dipped a toe in again. "First priority is to find her, talk to her, get everything she knows. We can work out the rest. EDD's still working on the op in the meantime." "You can't charge or arrest Sebastian either," Mavis said quickly. "She trusts him, Dallas, and if you go after him for this, she's not going to trust you." "You know, if I agree to this, I'd have to go around command for it. More, they'll know where you live or will live. I know what you think of him, but I know what I know. Sebastian would never do anything to hurt me or mine. And guess what? That includes your stubborn ass. We've both been hurt and alone. How scared were we?" This time, Eve pushed up to pace. Maybe, what ran through her was primarily anger and a knee-jerk distrust of the man Mavis put her faith in. Beyond that, it blurred so many lines, left too many gaps. And yet, those faces on the board. All those faces. And the young girl in the drawer in the morgue. "How do you know Dorian and Mina Cabot were friends?" "He told me they made a pact, and they ran together but got separated. That's all he said about it because he wants her to tell you." It fit, she admitted with her own deductions. "If we agree to this, he gets one shot. If she balks, if she lies, deal's off." "That's fair. When?" "We can set it up as soon as I tell him you gave me your word." "I gotta say something else." "Sure, hell, why not? I know what you think of him, and I get it. But he was upset, really shaken. I can figure what this is, at least some of it. And I can tell you, he wants whoever's doing this as much as you do. If this didn't work, he was going to talk her into making a recording for you, laying it all out. But he wants her to talk to you direct, you know? For her to see you, for you to see her. But either way, he wants to get you what you need to catch these bastards. Enough, he's putting himself on the block for it. I don't like you in the middle. Smiling now, Mavis rose, walked over, wrapped around Eve. How about I tell you, if I help you help this girl, all these girls, I'll feel solid on it. Could have been me. Could have been you. Let me help fix it. Tag him back. You have to say it. Christ! Fine. You've got my word. Peabody, you've got mine. Okay. Most of the crews on the house will knock off soon, so I'm going back and getting the nanny to come in, take Mina to the park. I don't want her around this. What nanny? We hired August. You can run him if it makes you feel better, but Peabody already did. August Fuller, Peabody said. Age 58, Special Forces, retired. Divorced, one offspring, male, age 26, captain, Army Intelligence, who is currently dating Mavis's head of security's daughter. They're clean. And this guy wants to be a nanny? He said it was time for some light and bright in his life, and he missed too much of his son's growing up time. It's just on call mostly for now, but he's more than a sitter, so nanny. Okay. Make the contacts. You won't be sorry. I've got a good feeling about it. Give me a few. When she walked out to make the contacts, Eve headed straight for coffee. I can't say I've got a good feeling about it. I think I'm somewhere between the two of you. But like you always say, every detail matters. She's going to give us a lot of details. Maybe. She gulped down coffee as Roarke came in. Did you get it set up? For the most part, yes. And Feeney's filling in the gaps. I thought I'd leave it to them for now, and see what I could do about the location search. He glanced back. I saw Mavis in what seemed a very intense link conversation. Yeah, there's that happening. And Eve considered. He'd met Sebastian, and he sure as hell knew every angle of every con. Maybe she didn't really suspect one here, but we may not need the location search. We've got a line on Dorian Gregg. Well now, that's excellent news. And yet you don't look pleased about it. I don't like the catches and contingencies. Sebastian, Mavis's Sebastian, found her. Or she found him. Unclear at the moment. Ah. Yeah. Ah. I think maybe you should come along for this. You've got a rhythm with him I don't. It could be we have to convince him Dorian needs a safe house to get her to go in one. How long has she been with him? Unclear. Damn it. He didn't tell Mavis enough to give me a jump and claims he wants the story to come straight from the kid. That would make good sense, actually. Yeah, but... She broke off as Mavis came back. Roarke's going with us on this. Sure, but he has to promise. Fuck it all, Mavis. He can't arrest anybody. He's not a cop. And thank the gods for it, was Roarke's fervent opinion. Mavis laid one hand on her belly, the other on her hip. He has to promise anyway. Eve pressed her fingers to her eyes, breathed in what she could of calm. Fine. Roarke, give Mavis your word you'll stick to the deal I made. I'm to give my word on a deal without knowing what I'm giving my word on? I'll fill you in, Eve snapped. Just give it. Ignoring Eve, he turned to Mavis. Do you need this? Yeah. Sorry, but yeah. Then you have it. I'll adhere to what the lieutenants agreed to. Mag. Phew. We need about an hour. I really want Bella away from the house, plus the crew will be gone. Better that way. I'll go on back now, and you can come in like an hour. Peabody, go with Mavis." "You don't trust me?" "I trust you. I just don't know enough about all the rest to feel good about you heading back alone. That's all. Peabody's with you." "Okay." Iced. "They're into the master baths, Peabody." Mavis pointed at Peabody, at herself, then shot 2 thumbs up. "Oh boy, oh boy!" Peabody scrambled up. "Can't wait!" "Well, cha," Mavis said. "See you soon." She glanced at the faces on the board one last time. "You're doing the right thing." As she walked out with Mavis, Peabody glanced back at Eve and mouthed, "I've got her." After they'd gone, Roarke turned to Eve. "All right, then. What did I just give my word on?" Eve scrubbed her hands over her face. "I hope to all those gods you called on it's the right thing," and told him. He listened, waited, watched her pace it off. "I understand completely why you distrust the man and feel you're being pressured, with Mavis as the vice, to agree to something that doesn't feel quite right to you. You're gonna say but, and I'm gonna want to punch you for saying but. But," he said nonetheless, "you know she's alive. You know she wasn't found by the people who abducted her, held her, who killed Mina Cabot. However you feel about Sebastian, she has been and is safe. And we've devoted how many men, how many hours into finding her while he's had her hidden away? It's very likely she started running with his gang when she got into New York last year. Then she goes poof, but he doesn't report it. Those kids come and go. How many come to hard ends? That's one way to look at it. Another is, at least for a time, they have somewhere to go where they're not beaten, raped, or otherwise abused. You have your stand on it," he continued, "and it's natural for you. Mine's a bit more flexible. Regardless, Eve, you'll soon know what she knows. That's the only thing keeping me from kicking him in the balls. Let me give you something to lighten the mood you're completely entitled to." She shot him a simmering look. "You're pandering." "Well, I am, but it seems fair enough. On the other hand, in addition to the profile Willoughby, who's a sharp one, already established, we have 3 more. And, not to bang my own drum too loudly, they'll stand. Each has a nice deep financial pool to dip into, varying amounts, of course," he continued, as he got coffee for himself. Fizzies equaled the drink of choice in the EDD lab, and he'd had enough fake sugar for the next 6 months. Varying backgrounds as well, and some with a whiff of trouble with law enforcement, some with a history, minutely created, of pedophilia and/or purchasing from other outlets. That's quick work. Time was a factor, after all. And now the team in EDD is working with some hack we devised. More work there, but we've enough time, I think, to complete it. And if so, we'll be able to hack into other buyers' accounts, pull out the information you'll need to break this all down. Or the feds will. I'm sorry? Hey, me too. But tomorrow, I call them in. I'm gonna push hard for a join-up with the NYPSD in the lead. I can make a case for that, especially if we're able to hand over data that turns into arrests by those feds outside of New York, and more that leads to finding and rescuing victims, these and, with more luck, at least some who came before. She drank coffee, paced. Dorian changes some of it, maybe. She gives us the New York location. We put together an op to take them down, without alerting the auction, the other buyers. We can work on that. We can make that happen. We put EDD on it, inside the location, keep up the appearances of the sales. We could hand the data to the feds for an assist there if we need it. We locate the auction site, the people involved there. Thinking ahead. Yeah, I'm thinking ahead. It's like that thing with the things. She held up her hand, made a space in the air with her thumb and forefinger. Roarke decided he knew her mind as well as he knew his own when he understood. Dominoes. Yeah, those things. Line them up right, knock one down and they all fall. We just have to line it up right, knock down the right one. In under 2 days, she thought, but no pressure. Then let's consider finding Dorian this way a stroke of luck. When she snarled, he smiled. You worried for her. You dreamed of her and worried. She's alive and safe. You'll help keep her that way. Meanwhile, he glanced at the time. I'll let Feeney know I'm on a related project with you. You can't tell him about Dorian. I'm not bringing more people into the gray area mess of this. And I won't. I can work with them remotely, come back in, or set up the team in the home lab. Whatever seems best. We'll know more, won't we, after we talk to the young witness? Let's walk over there. It'll help clear my head. We should probably have a vehicle, but I need to walk. We'll walk, then walk back for it. I'll just sign off with Feeney. Do that. I need to swing through the bullpen. When they started out, using the glides, as she needed physical room as well as headspace, she considered how to handle a teenage witness, a likely traumatized one. If I push her too hard, she'll pull back. If I don't push her enough, she'll leave things out we need. I'm going by her history with cops and authority, Eve added. You'll find the way. And there's Peabody to soften it up if need be. Kids are tough. Especially... I should bring Mira in. And I agree. But take this round first. The girl's already outnumbered, isn't she? Plus, I'd have to ask Mira to take this goddamn oath. It just puts her in a squeeze. Mavis is getting the kid out, Bella, and that's the right call. She's got some guy cruising towards 60, used to be special forces doing the nanny thing. August. As they walked outside, Eve stared at him. You know about that? I met him, briefly, a few days ago when I went by the house to check on things. Bella's very happy with him. Peabody ran him. Of course. You did too. Of course. I'd have mentioned it, but it slipped my mind, and we've been busy the last couple of days. You should be at your fancy office in Midtown. He took her hand before she could avoid it. I've been there. All's well. And I admit the challenge of this particular op has been very satisfying. I detest the reason it's needed, but the work itself? Fascinating. How many laws have you broken? Not a one, after I took the template of it all into Feeney. I may have bent a few to get there. I'm bending a few right now, she muttered. Not laws, he corrected, regulations. They may come to the same to you, but you'll soon bend them right back again. If she refuses to go into a safe house, not an option, Eve decided. We have to convince her. I've got a thought on that, now that I'm thinking. I'll pray to those gods that thought isn't bringing her home with us. Jesus, no. No way in hell. She's a victim, sure, and a wit, but she's also a troublemaking hard case. I've got an idea what might work. Maybe. She glanced toward the playground as they reached it. Bella, in her pink and blue shorts, her sunny curls flying, squealed as a man pushed her on a swing. He looked fit, Eve observed, with his sturdy boxer's build and carved biceps flexing. He wore jeans and a t-shirt, and his hair close to the skull. Like his body, his face was carved, sharp angles with deep brown skin tight over them. Sunshades hid his eyes, but his lips curved in an easy smile as he pushed, with apparently inexhaustible patience, the little girl on the swing. He looks military, Eve observed, and like if anybody tried to mess with Bella, he'd chew them up, then spit out their gnawed bones. Mavis took the body found here to heart. He's as much bodyguard for Bella as Nanny. More, I'd say. Good, then. That's good. As she spoke, Bella spotted them.
Das! Roarke! Das Roarke!
She tried to scramble out of the safety seat, then lifted her arms to August as she babbled with glee. He hefted her, then with a nod to them, set her down so she could run. When she reached them, Bella wrapped around Eve's legs, then tried climbing up them. Okay. Eve hauled her up, received wet, enthusiastic kisses in return.
Wing with Og.
Yeah, I got that. Lieutenant, I'm August Fuller. Roarke, good to see you again.
Og,
Bella said, beaming.
Wing das, Og, wing das.
Yeah, well, thanks, but we've got to work.
Oh.
She gave Roarke a side-eye with a flirtatious smile.
Wing Roarke,
then patted his cheek. You're hard to resist, darling, but I have to go with Dallas.
Oh.
Why don't you show them how you can slide?
Wee!
She scrambled down.
See?
And ran to the little slide. Eve thought of the dream she'd had, where the child she'd been discovered the thrill of a slide. Bella wouldn't dream such dreams, she thought, because she lived them. She watched Bella climb the steps to the smallest slide, settle her butt, lift her hands high, and squeal all the way down. Laughing her crazy laugh, she raced around to do it all again. She's a pistol, that girl. I won't let anything happen to her, believe me. The kids stole my heart inside 5 minutes. Are you from New York, Mr. Fuller? Me? No. I'm from nowhere, really. But my son lives here, and I'm trying to make up for some lost time. You can't get it back, but you can try to make up for it. Landed a bonus with Bella. She sure brings the sun to a cloudy day. Come say goodbye, Bella. Dallas and Roarke have to go to work. Good luck, he added. I don't know what's going on, but I know it's something. So good luck. When they finally got away, Eve nodded. He's solid. Good choice. I figured if they ever went for somebody to help out there, it'd be some fresh-faced girl the kid would run all over and back again. If they'd gone with fresh-faced, I believe she'd have had martial arts training and a security background. You're right. They're careful. Now they'll have 2 cops living on premises, a security system you designed, and this August guy in addition to the security team when Mavis has a gig. Still, you worry a bit. Only because she does shit like she's doing now. When they approached the gates, she paused, looked through them. They've got actual grass now. And some of those flowery things Peabody's been dying to put in. A couple trees. Considerable work done on the backyard as well, and the interior. Still a work in progress, but progress is moving right along. Even a bit ahead of schedule, though that may change. He pressed the intercom, entered a code. We're at the gate. We walked.
2 seconds!
Mavis's voice came through clear. The gates opened, and once again, taking Eve's hand, Roarke walked through. They'll want you to see some of that progress, before or after. Pressed for time, I know, but take a moment or two. Their hearts are in this place, and it shows already. I don't know how this is gonna go, so I can't promise. But I can say it all looks great, amazing, mag, whatever. There's a start. Mavis came out, stood on the porch as they walked up the drive.
You're a little early, but they're on their way. I promise. You can take a look around some, right? The kitchens are basically done. They're both abso-mag.
Relax, Eve ordered. I gave my word.
I know. I still got jitteries.
She pulled Eve inside.
Looking good, right?
Eve saw mostly empty space, a lot of tarps, tools neatly organized, workbenches, some strips of paint on a wall. And light. A lot of light.
This part's not much different from when you saw it last, but come back. Okay, they've gutted the powder room and started, stripping down and repairing the molding and stuff in, I think it'll be like a music room maybe, or a sitting type room, or reading type room. I keep changing my mind. But back here, ta-di-di-da-di-da!
Color. It's saturated. The light poured through the glass wall in the rear and saturated the saturation. The counters, enough acreage of them to feed a battalion of starving soldiers, softened the bold, a little, in a creamy, lightly blue-grained white. The tiles behind them formed a crazed but visually stunning patchwork of colors. Eve couldn't think of any left out, with the reds, blues, greens, yellows, orange and pink and everything else. The cabinets above them picked up the theme, with some glass-fronted to break it up. It should have been too much, Eve thought, and yet it was just right. It was Mavis. The walls picked up the faint blue graining in the counters, and woodwork gleamed, rich and natural. Light fixtures dripped with teardrops in all the colors. They'd gone down to the original wood on the floors, and it worked. Somehow it all worked. Add the eating space to one side, the lounging space on the other, where sofas and chairs already lived, and it was somehow perfect. Okay. Wow. Mavis bounced on her toes.
Do you mean it? Or is that covering, holy shit, what's she done?
No, I mean it. It's completely you. It's stupid happy.
I am stupid happy.
Sobbing with it, she threw her arms around Eve.
With hormones. I love it so much. We can't stay here yet. Too much for Bella to get into and too much left to be done. But when we get the screen installed in the lounge, we're having a vid night and snuggling on the couch. Oh, my studio. You should...
She broke off when the gate signaled.
Okay, that's going to be Sebastian. Let me open the gates.
I'll do it, Roarke told her.
Thanks. I'll tell Leonardo. He's upstairs doing some organizing in his design center, which is total. And Peabody. She just went next door to bask a little.
Get Leonardo, Eve said. I'll text Peabody.
Okay.
But she gripped Eve's hand again. It could have been you or me. Remember, I've got it. 15. She didn't have to like it, Eve thought as she signaled Peabody. She just had to get the details, the location, all the information she could out of the kid. then secure the kids safely. And they outnumbered her. Roarke had that right, Eve thought. So she scoped out the area, considered the best way to conduct the interview. Whatever she thought of Sebastian, Eve admitted, and she didn't think much, he'd brought Dorian in, or this version of in. If, as seemed apparent, he had Dorian's trust, Eve determined to use him in any way possible. "I can hear the wheels turning in there," Roarke tapped the side of Eve's head. "I don't suppose it would do any good to suggest you handle this a bit organically." "Organically, my ass! I'm already over a line here. I can justify it, but I've crossed it. The kid sits in that chair, I take that one, facing her. Peabody in the third, you and the rest on that big-ass couch. You don't want her leaning too heavily on Sebastian?" "No, I don't." She turned as the glass doors opened, and Peabody hustled in. "You there, kid there," Eve said. "When we need the soft touch, come into it." She heard the murmur of voices, turned again, waited. Leonardo, tall as a tree in his long red shirt, towered over the rest. His hair, a gleaming copper, tumbled down, and eyes nearly the same color were dark with concern. Eve hoped the look she sent him, "We've got this," settled his nerves. She flicked a glance at Sebastian, saw worry on his aesthetic face, and his hand loosely curled around the girl's arm. She favored her left leg a bit, Eve noted, but otherwise looked fit, even strong. Longer hair than in her ID shot, and carrying some expertly done highlights, deep gold against the raven black. Resentment and defiance simply radiated from her. No less than expected. "Dorian," Sebastian began, "this is Lieutenant Dallas." "Yeah, I know. If you try to send me back—" "Dorian," Sebastian spoke again, gently. She only shrugged. "Let's get you a drink." Leonardo, obviously struggling to play host, gave her a wide smile. "Do you like fizzies?" "I like them okay. Cherry mostly." "All right. Sebastian?" "Just water, thank you." He aimed a look at Dorian. She did a half-eye roll. "Yeah, thanks." "Take a seat." Eve gestured Dorian to the chair. "Sebastian?" And to the next. Though it grated, she nodded to him. "I appreciate you bringing Dorian here to talk to us." "She's been through an ordeal." "I'm aware. We've been looking for her for a couple days because we're aware." He simply held up his hands, let them fall, then took his seat. "You can just blow off giving him grief about it," Dorian snapped. "I'm only here because he talked me into it. And he said you swore you wouldn't send me back to Freehold. I'm not living in that rat hole with my mother anymore. If you try—" "Your mother's not living in that rat hole anymore because I arrested her, and she's currently living in a jail cell. Take a seat." Dorian's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean you arrested her?" "I mean I put her in cuffs, charged her with multiple offenses, and handed her over to the Freehold PD. Now sit down." "What offenses?" But she sat, and so did Eve. "Child abuse and neglect. And since she continued to collect the professional parent stipend after you took off, failed to report you missing, fraud. You should know your neighbors stood up for you." "Tiffy, sure, but all of them. They'd also reported the abuse and neglect to CPS through Truman." At Dorian's snort, Eve nodded. "And now Truman's been fired. It'll be up to the PA, following an internal investigation at CPS, if she's also charged and arrested." Dorian took the fizzy from Leonardo, muttered a thanks, but kept narrowed, suspicious eyes on Eve. It's easy to say all that shit. Cops lie all the time. Believe it or don't. You left home sometime in August. We're unsure of the exact date. I don't know. Who remembers? I'd had enough of getting knocked around and getting the eye from the guys she dated. I can take care of myself. If that were true, you wouldn't have been grabbed off the streets. When and how did that happen? It wasn't my fault a couple assholes jumped me. When and how? How the hell do I know? I was just walking. Night or day? Night. I was just looking at the Christmas lights and all, minding my own. Somebody jabbed me with something from behind and... I don't remember, okay? I think I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't work and I passed out. In a van or truck. I don't know. Nobody gave a shit anyway. Nobody until... Mina? You don't get to talk about her! Rage reared up, burning at the tears. You don't know anything about it. You don't know what it's like, and you don't give a flying fuck. She's dead, and you're just another asshole cop who thinks she's some big deal and can do whatever the hell she wants. I got beat most days all my life. Then I got out, and I could do what I wanted. Then I got smacked and shocked and had stuff stuck up inside me, and you don't know. You don't care. You're just one more bitch trying to push me around because you can. Where did they take you? Just fuck you. That's it. Mavis, leading with her baby belly, surged off the sofa and rounded on Dorian. You don't get to speak to her that way. Not in my home. I don't want to be in your damn home. Well, you are, and you'll show some goddamn respect. Mavis, Eve began, but Mavis snapped back at her. You be quiet. And to Dorian, she continued. She puts her life on the line every single day. She works herself into the ground to help someone like you because she does know. You think you've had it rough? Well, join the crowd. I asked her to give her word, and she did. If she wasn't who she was, Sebastian would be in lockup right now, and you'd be in a box at Cop Central. Okay, Eve started to rise. I'm not finished. Sebastian asked me to go to Dallas, so I did. And when I did, she and Peabody had dozens of faces, young girls like you, on their board. Girls they're trying to find, to help, because nobody in this nasty damn world cares more. Consider yourself lucky. She's the one who stood over your friend, who's working to find out who hurt her and killed her, because she won't stop until she does. She took a long breath. This is my home, and you won't sit here and speak to my friend that way. Apologize. Eve started to speak again, got a laser flash out of Mavis's eyes, and kept silent. Jesus, lady. I said apologize. Fine, sure. Sorry. Jesus. Now Eve got to her feet. Here's an idea. How about the rest of you get some air and give Dorian and me the room for a few minutes? Sebastian said he'd stay with me, and I'll be right outside. I think some air is just the thing. You vented your spleen, Dorian. Now be the smart girl I know you are and listen. Peabody, you too. A few minutes, Eve added. As she waited for the room to clear, she sat again. Let the silence hang. Dorian broke first. Man, she's like totally whacked. I thought, say another thing about Mavis Freestone. Eve invited. Go ahead. Dorian shrugged, looked away. I've got a feeling, Eve said. Just a feeling right now, because I don't have any firm data. that Mina would have stood up for you that way. I've been friends with Mavis a long time. Busted her the first time I met her. That got a glimmer of interest. No shit? She was grifting back then. Older than you, but she'd have recognized your mother. So would I. Anyway, we've been friends a long time. You and Mina didn't have that chance. They tried to frame you for her murder.
What?
They tried to make it look like you killed her. Planted some of your blood on her body. That's how we ID'd you. Dorian bared her teeth.
You think I killed Mina?
Is that what I said? I said they tried to make it look that way. I'm good at my job, and so's my partner. No, I don't think you killed Mina. I know you didn't. If she meant a damn to you, help me find the ones who did so I can stop them from hurting all the others.
I don't know.
The tears rolled now.
I can't remember mostly, and I don't know anyway.
Tell me what you do know, what you do remember.
I got away from her, and I got to New York. I liked it. I can take care of myself. I can. I was. I found places to sleep.
You hooked up with Sebastian?
Not then. No. That was after. I was just walking, and they got me, and the next thing I knew... Can he come back? Can Sebastian come back? Please? I already told him what I remembered. When he showed me Mina's picture and I remembered. He can help me.
All right. But no more bullshit, Dorian. Eve went to the open doors, signaled. We're all good here. She waited, then put her arms around Mavis. Appreciate it, she murmured. But you were pretty scary.
She better straighten up or I got more.
I've got it. Keep calm for number 2. Eve went back, sat again. Tell me. I felt sick and dizzy. And I was in this room. Like a hospital room or something. And... God. Sebastian. Can you, please? She told me when she came to, she was naked, strapped down, and there was a man, he was the doctor they used, examining her. Verifying virginity, taking blood. I fought, and I screamed, but they gave me something else, and I passed out again. Then I was in another room, and I had on some kind of nightgown, but I was strapped down again. And she was there.
Who?
Auntie. That's what we had to call her. She was in charge of the academy. The academy? They kept us there. You couldn't see outside. You couldn't go outside. You got locked in at night. She said, I belonged to the academy now, and if I was good, if I obeyed the rules and improved myself, shit like that, I'd be treated really well. I'd have good food, good clothes. I'd learn manners, learn to be well groomed. I'd eventually get my own pretty room, my own private bathroom. I'd be educated. I told her to fuck off and let me go. She jabbed me with a shock stick. I yelled at her, and she shocked me again and again until I stopped. It hurt so bad. I know. She didn't let me out for, I don't know how long. They had needles in me. For nutrition, she said. When I learned to behave, I'd get real food. So I said I would be. I pretended. And I got a uniform. You had to wear it during the day unless you were in the studio or had the sex classes. She knuckled her eyes. They made you take off your clothes,
or wear underwear and stuff so they could take pictures and vids. I tried to get away, but you couldn't, and you'd get the stick, or they'd put you back in a room, the meditation box, in the dark, alone, locked in until whenever. They made you get into bed with another girl, and sometimes a man, and do things. I didn't want to. How many girls, Dorian? Can you tell me? I don't know, but a lot. They'd bring in new ones and younger ones, just little kids, and they were so scared. Or they walked around like droids, you know? We had to learn how to take care of our bodies, our hair, our skin, their way. If we screwed up, the stick. Even if you didn't, sometimes one of them jabbed you anyway. They liked to. How many of them? I don't know. We were on the pretty ones floor, and there were day matrons and night matrons, usually one at night, and instructors, and the doctor, and some men, like guards. You had classrooms, I guess, and some of the girls from other floors got brought in for some of it, but they didn't sleep on our level. She hitched in a breath, let it shut her out. Can I have another fizzy? It makes my throat burn to talk about it. I'm sorry about before. I'm sorry. Sure. Mavis rose. I've got it, honey bear, she told Leonardo, then crouched down in front of Dorian. I'm so sorry about what happened to you. They're evil. They're not even people. They're just made of evil. You leave it to Dallas and Peabody. They'll make them pay for all of it. Do you need a minute? Eve asked Dorian. No. I want to get it out. I want it over. I couldn't get away. There wasn't any way to get out. And I just mostly stopped fighting. They told us how we'd get rich masters and live in beautiful places. How lucky we were. She hitched in breaths as Mavis brought her another fizzy, drank deep, breathed out. I'm not stupid. I knew what all that meant. I thought maybe when it happened, I'd kill myself if I couldn't get away. Then Mina. I never had a friend like her before. Not like Mina. She helped me. She talked to me, and it all felt better. She said we'd find a way out, and how her parents would help me. She has a little brother and a family, and... She gripped the fizzy in both hands and rocked. Do you want me to finish it for you? Sebastian asked her. No, I'm going to say it. Honor her, like you told me to. Dorian swiped at her cheeks, drank again. She figured out a plan. It was scary, but she figured it out. I had to steal the elevator pass from the night matron. That was my part, because I'm good at that. And she faked being sick so they'd take her down to the infirmary. I had to sneak out, go down in the elevator. If they caught us. But it was a good plan. She puked on the night nurse and put gum on the lock of the sick room. And we met up at the elevators and went all the way down to the tunnels. Tunnels? Eve repeated. They brought girls in that way and took out. Some of the girls died. Killed themselves. Or they hurt them too much. And they took them out that way. We didn't know where to go in them. We didn't even know where we were, okay? We didn't know we were in New York or, freaking Alaska. We got down there and walked and walked. Then we heard them coming, and we ran. There was a ladder on the wall, and we started up, but I fell. I fell and ruined everything. The words tumbled out now as she rocked and rocked. Mina got me out, and we hid, and it was raining so hard, but they were coming. I couldn't run, so she did. She said she'd run and lead them away, and she'd get her parents to come and come back for me. She ran so they wouldn't find me, and I heard her scream, but when I tried to get up and run to help, my leg... I fell, and I hit my head. When I woke up, I didn't know what happened. I didn't remember any of it. I just hurt so much, and I didn't know where I was. I walked, and I stole some ice packs and meds and hid. I was so cold, so hot, so sick. And Mouser found me and took me to Sebastian. He helped me. It's not his fault because I didn't remember Mina or Auntie or anything. He helped me, and nobody but Mina ever had before. I saw the news reports. Sebastian looked at Eve and put some of it together. I know my word is difficult for you to take, but you have my word Dorian didn't remember until I showed her Mina's picture. I have no reason to doubt that. Not when she'd lived it. It's hard, Dorian. I'm going to need to get as many details as you can remember about where they held you. Any names, other girls, the people who work there. I need the exact location where Mouser found you so we can try retracing your steps. We're going to stop them. We're going to help all the others. You're going to make sure that happens. You and Mina are why we're going to be able to stop them. Auntie has a partner. Dorian sniffled, wiped at tears. Mina heard her talking to him. Mina was good at pretending, and Auntie liked her. She was like a favorite. Do you know the partner's name? No, nobody used names. I was trainee 238. I was a number. They only tried to make you believe that. Roarke spoke for the first time. You've never been a number. You're an incredibly brave young woman, and you bested them. They killed Mina. We'll make them very sorry for it. Tell me about the tunnels. Dorian looked back at Eve. They were big, I guess, and dark, like a yellowy light. We just guessed which way to go because we didn't know. I don't remember. I just don't. And they were coming. We could hear them coming, so we ran and tried to be quiet. And there was the ladder, but it was old and slippery, and I fell. What was it like when you came up? It was raining really hard, and we couldn't see, and we were scared. There were buildings, but we didn't know where we were, okay? There was all this old wood and stuff. Wood? Like broken boards or whatever, I don't know. We tried to hide, but we could hear them and they were looking for us. And Mina told me to stay down, stay quiet, and she'd run. She picked up one of the boards, a pointy one. I said no, but she said she'd run fast and get her parents, but... Like a construction site, Eve prompted. Like a place where they pull old stuff out of old buildings and pile it up? I guess, maybe, I don't know. Okay. You fell down again, Eve reminded her, and hit your head. When you woke up, what did you do? It's all fuzzed up. I hurt so bad, everywhere, and I didn't know what happened or where I was. I felt really sick, and I I used one of the boards, I think, like a crutch, so I could walk. And I walked. I don't know where. I kept walking, and I stole the meds, and I kept walking because I wanted to hide. I just knew I had to hide.
All right. Okay. Let's go back some. Tell me more about this auntie.
She's mean and horrible, and everybody's scared of her. She pretends to be nice if you do everything she wants, but she's not.
Can you describe her? How old? Black, white, Asian, mixed, anything? How tall? Anything? Dorian sat back and sucked on the fizzy.
I guess. I can see her in my head. I'm always going to see her in my head. She's taller than me. Taller than the night matron bitch.
Eve got to her feet. Taller than me? Dorian angled her head to the side.
Maybe about the same, but bigger. I mean, you're kind of skinny. She isn't. Big boobs and all. White, I think. Maybe a little mixed, but mostly white, with really blonde hair. She always wore kind of pulled back.
What color are her eyes?
They're blue, but not like his.
She looked at Roarke.
They're dark and mean.
Good. Here's what I need. I have somebody who can draw her if you describe her.
I don't know how
he does. It's what he does. He's not mean. And if he can draw her picture, we'll get her name. We'll find her.
Just from that?
It'll go a long way. And if you can describe anyone else, but we're going to start with her. She's in charge.
Totally. She has an office, and she wears fancy suits, and everybody does what she says.
Okay. Here's what else. I have some pictures, and I need you to look at them. If you recognize anybody, if any of them were or are at this academy, you can tell us.
What's going to happen?
We're going to do our jobs, and you're going to help. And you, Eve shifted to Sebastian. I need the location where this other kid found her. Exact location, exact, or as close as you can get, time. A building on Watts off Hudson, condemned. I'll get you the precise location. Mouser brought Dorian in yesterday about 11 in the morning. She was feverish, dehydrated. She had a concussion, a severely sprained ankle, and a dislocated knee. We got her medical attention. Yes, he said before Eve could speak, you would say we should have taken her to a hospital or health center, but she was terrified and said no. My sense was she hadn't had a choice before, and I gave her one. She remembered nothing at first, he added, then remembered her name, her first name. She came to you of her own volition when she remembered the rest.
No, I didn't. Not really, Dorian said. I didn't want to, but Sebastian said I had to honor my friend, honor Mina, and help the others. If you're mean to him, I won't talk to the artist person. I just won't.
You will, Sebastian corrected, because you're not going to let all the other girls go through what you and Mina did. So you will. Don't disappoint me, Dorian. We're going to start with this. Peabody, contact Yancey. See when he can work with Dorian. Contact Feeney. Have him factor in what we've got. Piles of old wood, possible construction site or derelict buildings, tunnels.
I'm on it.
Peabody rose.
Dorian, what Roarke said about being brave, it's true. You're doing the hard here.
When Peabody left, Eve pulled out her PPC. I want to show you some pictures.
"Why don't I set up the screen," Roarke began, "so she can see them that way? It'll be clearer than your portable." "Great, do that." Dorian sent Roarke a look as he walked over to the wall screen. "He can do that? He's wearing a suit and stuff." "He can do that. He's wearing a suit because he can do that and a lot more. Let's take a walk." "I'm not leaving Sebastian." "Just outside. He has my word, and so do you." "Her word's as good as they come," Sebastian assured Dorian. "Remember the girls behind the wall. Go with the lieutenant and listen." He got an eye roll, but Dorian walked out with Eve. "I'm going to show you those photos, but until we get to that, do that listening thing." Eve looked out at the gardens, already just beginning, at the play area just cleared, at the tumble of rocks and lines of pipes that would be, she knew, Peabody's water feature. Home was where you made it. "You can't go back with Sebastian." "I can do what I want." "No, you really can't. But shut the hell up and listen." "But I can give you some damn good choices. First, I'm going to make sure you never have to go back to your mother. I can find a way around you going into foster if you're against it." "I said shut up," she repeated when Dorian started to interrupt. "I was in the system once. It can work, but it depends on who's in charge. Now I am the system, so I'm going to make it work for you." "Why?" "Because it's my job. And because I've been where you are." "How?" "Not your business, so that's all you get." Eve turned, stared into the young defiance. "They're after you. Know that, fear that, and believe me. If they find you, they'll do one of two things: kill you outright or sell you. Either way, you're done. That's not going to happen." "There are more of them than you." "You think it's just me? I'm in charge, and there's not a cop under me who wouldn't put his life on the line for you. And one of your choices is a safe house, a place to stay where they can't find you, with cops I picked to watch out for you. That's one choice. I got another, and if you're smart, you'll grab it." "What?" "There's a school." "Like they won't find me in a school. Jesus!" "They won't in this one. The guy in the suit, he started it. And what he doesn't know about security doesn't exist. It's a damn good place. And the woman in charge, she's the opposite of Auntie. You have to have a cop go in with you, and you're going to give your word. You break it, I bust Sebastian. You won't leave the building until I take down these fuckers." "Like prison." "If prison's having your own room, an education, good food, nobody walking around ready to jab you with a shock stick and strip you down for porn before they sell you off to some perv, yeah. If it's being able to play music, paint, hang out, learn, be treated like a human being and not a number, yeah, just like prison." "I was in a state school a lot of years," Eve added. "It was decent enough. Compared, this is goddamn paradise." "Why were you in a state school?" "Not your business," Eve repeated. "There's a rooftop garden. There's counseling if you want it. You don't have to wear a uniform or sexed-up underwear or wonder when somebody's going to ship you off to some pervert. And when this is done, if you don't want to stay, we'll figure out what. Sebastian's not an option. It's a line I can't cross. Take your choice." "If I said the school, can Mouser come with me?" "A crack in the wall," Eve noted, but shot Dorian a suspicious look for form. Who the hell is this Mouser? He found me when I was sick and hurt, and he could have left me, but he didn't. He helped me. I don't care what you think about Sebastian. He helped me. They all did. If Mouser wants, can he go? I'll see what I can do. Take the school, then listen to me. When this is done, you're gonna sue the living shit out of Truman. Dorian poked at some sort of plant. As if. Like, I'll call my lawyer, right? That's right. The lawyer the guy in the suit's gonna get for you. The lawyer who's gonna sue her ass off. She probably doesn't have money, or much, but it's not about the money. It's about making her pay. She was responsible. If she'd done what she promised to do, you'd never have ended up where you did. She pays. Why would the guy with the voice and the suit get me a lawyer? For the same reason he started the school. Because you matter. Take the school. Start there. If Sebastian's not a complete asshole, he'll say the same. He's not an asshole. Maybe, I guess, maybe, if he thinks so. I can try the school. With Mouser if he wants. If I don't like it, I don't have to stay. We'll start there. Now let's look at some pictures. You're going to help me save some lives and bust these bastards. 16. Dorian identified 3 almost immediately. 2 from what she said they called the pretty ones, and another from the slave pet area. In the middle of another group, she burst into sobs. She's dead. She's dead. I don't know her name, but they said she hung herself with her sheets. And Auntie was really mad. And somebody said the floor matron on her level got beat up bad. It's how Mina heard about the tunnels, I think. It's hard to remember. But I think because Mina heard they took her body out that way to where they burn it up. This is so hard, and you're doing so much. Peabody's voice soothed like a cooling balm. Can you remember when this happened? How long ago? I don't think I'd been there very long. I mean, not like right away, but I think it was when some of the matrons and guards bitched about how cold it was for this time of year or something. Okay, that's good. That really helps. She's dead. Mina's dead, and that other girl's dead too. How does it help? It helps all the others, Peabody told her. Everything you can tell us helps all the others. But if you want to stop, we can stop and come back to it. I want to forget it happened. I was happy when I forgot. But it did happen, Eve reminded her. So let's pay them back. But you can give it a rest. You've given us plenty to start with. We can do more tomorrow. Eyes still flooded, Dorian turned to Sebastian. She said I can't go back with you. She's right. It's not fair. It doesn't feel fair, I know. Too much isn't fair. But we all need to do what's best for you. She said there's this school, but holding up a hand to stop Dorian, Sebastian turned to Eve. Do you mean on Dedan? That's the idea, Eve confirmed. And Sebastian sent her a look of profound gratitude. Dorian, this is a gift, an opportunity I hope you'll be smart enough to embrace. I've been to this school. He flicked a glance at Eve. I was curious. It's not just safe, and that's incredibly important right now. It's everything you could ask for. A superior education, and you'll be taught by people who care.
Practical education as well. The arts, everything. Nothing, I think, can truly make up for everything that's happened to you. But this is your crossroads. Do you understand? It's your chance to try a new, exciting path. I believe, absolutely, you'd be very happy there.
I'd rather be with you.
Mavis, I think you might have said the same at one time. But, Mavis nodded.
Sebastian gave me something I'd never had before. Somewhere no one wanted to hurt me. He gave me fun and a freedom I needed so much. But it's only a kind of springboard. I never had the chance to choose something like this. I might have been too scared to take it. I hope you're tougher than I was. She said maybe Mouser could go with me, but only maybe.
You would take him? Sebastian said quietly. Knowing nothing about him. I said I'd see what I could do, Eve began. Consider it done, Roarke said. But there are rules, and you'd both have to obey them. What you're doing here is for all of them. Roarke gestured to the screen. What you do at Ondidon is for all who go there. You and your friend have to agree to that. We'll need to put a couple cops in there, Eve added, for protection. I'll contact Rochelle. We'll work it out.
Can you come see me?
Dorian asked Sebastian.
She says I can't leave until they get Auntie and all of them. It could be forever.
I'll check in on you, but it won't be forever. You're helping make sure of that. I'm very proud of you. I'm going to talk to Mouser now. If he agrees, and I think he will, I can bring him to the school. Is that acceptable? I need a name, a legit name, Eve insisted. If he has family, I believe he does, but not the sort you, being who you are, would subject him to. He's only 11, and though he's pushed his way through most of the emotional scars, he still has physical ones. I expect that's something you'll want to deal with at some point. At some point, Eve agreed. If the kid made the difference for Dorian right now, she'd take the kid. If he was abused or endangered, we'll deal with whoever's responsible. I need his legal name to do that. Tell him no bullshit. So I will. Sebastian rose, held out a hand to Eve. I know our methods are dramatically different, but we have considerable common ground on the ultimate goal. Thank you for your creativity and flexibility in this. It only goes so far. But she took his hand. Understood. Mavis can contact me when you're ready for Mouser. Thank you all. He opened his arms for Dorian. You're strong and brave, and you have such a bright future ahead of you. I'll see you soon. She clung to him another moment and whispered in his ear, I'll never tell them where you are. I know. Strong, brave, and true. He left quickly. Dorian shoved tears away with the heels of her hands as she looked at Roarke.
She says you can get me a lawyer to sue the shit out of Ms. Truman. Can you really?
Roarke lifted his eyebrows. First, she has a name, and it's polite to use it. Second, I can arrange for that, yes. We'll get you settled in the school first. I guess you've got lots of money. It happens I do. It also happens I spent the first years of my life very much like you, on the streets and getting the boot or fist at home. I decided I wanted a different kind of life, so I made one. You have a chance to do the same. He rose,
I'll contact Rochelle, and she'll take care of what needs doing." When he walked outside, Dorian turned to Eve. "I can do more, I guess." "Peabody, arrange for a detail at the school. We'll take one more group," she told Dorian, "and that's enough for tonight. Detective Yancey, that's the police artist, will come to you tomorrow. One more group, then Roarke and I will take you to the school." "If Mouser doesn't come, one thing at a time, kid. Let's do the next group, then call it for now." Eve ignored the headache, while Dorian identified 2 more. "Okay, that's it for now. We're going to walk back to Central, get my ride. I had it brought down," Roarke told her. "It seemed easier." "Yeah, great, fine. Thanks for all this," she said to Mavis and Leonardo. "I'll be in touch. If anyone can help those children, it's you." Leonardo enfolded her before Eve could evade. As he embraced her, Mavis pinned Dorian with a look. "Somebody just handed you a mega-op. Don't blow it. I'm saying that as somebody who might have been whacked enough to blow it in the back time." "You weren't that whacked," Eve said simply. "Let's go." When they stepped outside, Dorian took one look at Eve's DLE. "Man-oh, that's one totally out car. Doesn't look like it'd drive over 5. In the back. Strap in." After the required eye roll, Dorian settled in. "Hey, you got an AC back here. That's prime. I can get another fizzy." "No." Eve shot through the gates and prayed to any deity who'd listen to help her carve her way through traffic and get this done. Roarke shifted. "There'll be a meal for you and your friend at the school." She sneered at that. "Like veggie hash or soy surprise." "The surprise there is that anyone would eat either of those if they had a choice." As that got a grin, Roarke did what he could to engage Dorian in conversation while Eve pushed through traffic. Eve figured she owed him all kinds of monkey sex. Still, when they pulled up in front of the quietly dignified building that housed Ondedan, Dorian's shoulders hunched. "Give it a day," Roarke suggested. "If you're unhappy, we'll try something else." Not wanting to risk the chance of having to chase the reluctant kid down the street, Eve hit vertical, shot over several vehicles, and dropped into a loading zone. "Frosty!" "A lesson in judging by appearances," Roarke said, as Eve flipped on her on-duty light. "Don't make me chase you," Eve warned, and got out on the sidewalk. To make sure, she took a good grip on Dorian's arm, with Roarke flanking the other side as they walked to the front doors. Roarke buzzed in, and Rochelle waited in the entrance hall, with Crack beside her. As far as imposing went, they hit top level. He owned and ran a downtown sex club, but obviously hadn't dressed for work. Worn jeans and a black tee showed off an ultra-fit body. His shaved skull gleamed in the lights. "Hey, skinny white girl." "Hey, back, buff black man." Before Eve could say more, he grinned at Dorian. "And hey, cutie." Rather than speak, Dorian edged a little closer to Roarke. "Welcome, Dorian. I'm Rochelle Pickering, and this is my friend Wilson. Why don't I show you around? The day students are gone until morning. We have summer classes and activities," she explained. "The live-in students have finished dinner and have free time." "They said Mouser would come." "Yes, your friend Tom. He's on his way. I thought you'd want to wait and have dinner together when he gets here." "He's really coming?" "Yes, he is. It'll be good for both of you to have a friend as you start a new school, but I think you'll make more friends here. Why don't we go up, take a look at your room. I can show you some of the classrooms and other areas on the way." Eve decided, with considerable relief, to let Rochelle handle things as Dorian stepped toward her. Rochelle, in a quiet blue suit, her hair wild dark curls, took Dorian's hand and continued to talk in a voice as quiet as the suit as she led the girl away. "She's got it," Crack said. "My Ro knows what to do." "I need the kids secure. I've got 2 officers coming in to make sure of it." "Yeah, we got that, too. I'm staying until they get here. No one's getting through me to hurt that child." And that Eve could trust and believe. Still, she stayed, walked through areas, noted kids gathered here and there in the common areas, others jamming in the music room. A lot of space to secure, she thought, but then Roarke had secured it. She could trust and believe that, too. She sized up the 2 officers in plainclothes when they arrived and decided Peabody had chosen well. Though Peabody had briefed them, Eve briefed them again. Then got her first look at Mouser. Sebastian let him in. A scrawny, sharp-eyed kid, a full head shorter than Dorian, obviously hastily cleaned up and carrying a small duffel. "I need to look in there." Mouser stared holes in her. "Got a warrant?" Sebastian merely tapped his shoulder. "Cops," the boy muttered, but opened the duffel. She found some rough clothes, a tablet with a cracked screen, a tattered graphic novel, a magnifying glass, a toothbrush, a little tin box holding some shiny rocks, a half-empty bag of gummy candy, and a hidden pocket with $32 in cash, along with an obviously homemade beggar's license. She pulled out the license, said, "Really?" and pocketed it before she handed him back the duffel. "Bogus," was his opinion. "Name's Crack." Crack shot out a hand, took the boy's, shook it. "I'm gonna show you around. Dorian's up checking out a room." The kid drew himself up to his full height, poked out his chest. "Anybody messes with her, messes with me." "Get in line," Crack advised. "I've got him," he told Eve. "Don't disappoint me." Sebastian laid a hand on Mouser's head. And, more important, don't disappoint yourself. Sebastian watched them walk off, then took a disc out of his pocket. "His legal name is Thomas Grantley. You'll certainly run his file, but this has most of it. He survived and escaped a nightmare. I'm trusting you not to send him back to one. I'll make the determination when I read his background, but until we shut down this academy, he's here. If Dorian takes off, manages to get out and find her way back to you, I'll find her, and you and I will be on opposite sides of this. And rightfully so. You can't save them all, and neither can I, but we each try in our own way." He handed Eve a small bag. This is what she was wearing when Mouser found her. We didn't wash any of it, as I normally would have, because it all seemed off, and the shirt and pants were torn in any case. I'll leave it at that, and leave those children in good hands. Eve watched him go. How many street thieves, B&E men, grifters, and frauds has he trained over the years? How many lost children has he saved from abuse and misery? That's not his job. Perhaps not, but it's certainly his vocation. And he's given 2 into your care because he knows he isn't enough to keep them safe. Let that part go for now, Eve. You've enough to deal with. You're right. She opened the bag Sebastian had given her.
Uniform, with the sex gear under it. It's all already been handled, damn it, but Harvo might find something. I need to take these to the lab, call her back in, and... She paused as she riffled through. Something stuck in the pants pocket. Using the fabric, she pushed it out. Jesus, it's a swipe! A broken swipe! Just a piece of one. Broke when she fell. Maybe in the tunnels, maybe outside. And we've got a piece of it. Let's have a look. Don't touch it! I know the ropes, Lieutenant. It might be enough to give us some data. She zipped it all back up when she heard footsteps and voices. Like a little damn parade, she thought. Rochelle, Crack, the two kids, the two cops, all chatting away. We're heading to the kitchen for some dinner, Rochelle began. Can you join us? No, but thanks. I need to get back to it. Eve looked at Dorian. Detective Yancey will be here in the morning. If you remember or think of anything more in the meantime, either of these officers can contact me. I like my room. Yay. It doesn't lock from the outside. She felt that, deep in her guts, but spoke casually. It's a school, not a prison. Tell me about the swipe card in your pocket. The swipe? The puzzled frown went to wide-eyed shock. Matron's card! I forgot I was going to drop it on the ground, like maybe she just dropped it, but then I thought we might need it again, so I kept it. Maybe if I'd dropped it, they wouldn't have known we got out. Maybe ifs mean dick, but here's another. If you don't think they had cams and alarms in the tunnel, you're not as smart as you look. Mouser put an arm around Dorian. Cops blow wide. Oh, golly, the sting. Ignoring him, Eve met Dorian's eyes again. There's no ifs on anything you did with what happened to Mina. It's all on them. Whatever you forget, don't forget that. Go eat. Crack says they've got cow burgers. We've never had one. Go have a cow burger. Any questions, problems? You know how to reach me, she told Rochelle. Thanks for making room. We always do. Eve stepped outside, pulled out her comm. I'm going to bag the clothes, have a pair of officers take it to the lab. Contact Harvo on it. I'll bag the broken card, take it home. Contact Feeney. Make the contacts. I'll play Peabody and bag your evidence. It took time before the black and white pulled up for the pass-off, but Eve thought she'd bought a little of that time. She had the kids secured and a fresh flood of information, fresh evidence in the clothes and the broken card. And if anyone could finesse a description out of a wit that led to an ID, it was Yancey. When Roarke got behind the wheel, she settled into the passenger's seat. Maybe I should push for Yancey to start with her tonight. No. Give her the time there. A good meal, her friend, time to feel safe and get a decent night's sleep. She'll be clearer on it tomorrow. Maybe. I need to tie this up tight so the feds can't unravel it. Putting her in there rather than a safe house or in the system, they're gonna make some noise. You'll make the case it's safe and secure, and your victim, your witness, will be more cooperative and emotionally steadier. Mira would back you there. Good thought. I'll talk to her. Roarke stilled her hand before she could pull out her link. Take a blocker for the headache. He flipped open a little case. And close your eyes for 5 damn minutes. Rather than argue, she took the blocker, but then shook her head. I can't stop. I need to get things nailed down. She contacted Mira.
I'm sorry to interrupt your evening, but I need to bring you up to date. I'll write it up as soon as possible, but I've taken some liberties." She ran it through, start to finish, answering when Mira questioned, holding nothing back. She felt it pushing, the desperate need to break, just break. Couldn't, just couldn't. "The child is safe, secured, guarded?" "Yes." "Moreover, the child feels safe and is with trained professionals after a horrific and traumatizing experience. By securing her in this environment, you've gained her trust and her cooperation. I'd strongly recommend she continue to stay in that environment and work with the very skilled counselors, instructors, and therapists provided to students. I would like to speak with her personally tomorrow, and will make the time to do so." "Thanks. You did what was right for her, this minor child in these circumstances. The other kid is helping your victim and key witness feel safe," Mira finished, "and has no bearing on the investigation otherwise. I would like a copy of his file, but I see no reason to include him in any report to the FBI as applies to this specific investigation." "I have to leave that up to the commander." Another hole in the gut, Eve thought. "I'll be bringing him up to date shortly." "Of course. Suggestion?" "Sure." "Request a holo briefing. It's closer to in person. And take some time to clear your head." "All right. I'll get you the written as soon as I can." "Take your time with that. I have enough from the oral to back you on this, and I will. Take some time." Haven't got it, Eve thought, but said, "Thanks. I'll be in touch." She saw, with twinges of both exhaustion and relief, the gates to home open. How much of her advice will you take? The holo briefing's a solid idea, and she's right about the other kid. Right now, he's none of the Fed's business. I gotta read his file, make sure I'm not getting smoke blown up my ass. He stopped the car, shifted to her. "You're going to take a breath, and you're going to have a meal. I'll eat something after I brief Whitney. I can't, okay? I can't. Nothing would stay down until I know how he reacts, what he orders." She'd gotten paler and paler on the drive, and not just from fatigue, he knew. From the stress of blurring her rules and regs. From the sickness he imagined lived inside her from hearing Dorian's story. So he nodded. "Then we'll set up the holo first. You can start on the swipe, see if you can dig anything out of it." "I will, but I can't be expected to do my best work if I'm worried about you. That's a cheap way to get me to eat. Not when it's true." They walked inside together to the looming Somerset and the cat. Whatever Somerset started to say, he swallowed it back after one glance at Eve's face. "Welcome home. The pasta and meatballs is particularly good tonight." "Just the thing," Roarke said as he steered Eve toward the stairs. "Thank you." Somerset looked down at the cat. "I expect the lieutenant could use your company. She will push herself beyond reason," he added as the cat streaked toward the stairs. "Let's just get this done. Get it over," Eve thought. "I'll make the request and hope he's available." "He'll make himself available when you tell him you've secured Dorian Gregg." "Yeah, I'll lead with that." She used her comm on text mode. "Commander, Dorian Gregg has been located and is now secured. I have conducted a lengthy interview and will write up same. I would prefer to give you an oral briefing as soon as possible by holo, as I made several concessions and agreements in order to secure Greg and obtain her full cooperation. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve. Roarke handed her a glass. Water, just water. Coffee later. Fine. She gulped it down while she studied the board and waited. A lot of updating to do here. Because she wanted more information, she plugged the disc on Thomas Grantley into her comp. The kid's from Buffalo, for God's sake. She broke off, read, then sighed it out as Roarke set up for the briefing. Father liked to beat the crap out of the kid, and the mother. Mother liked to self-medicate. Looks like she tried to clean up a couple times, and they put the kid back with her. A lot of medical on both of them. Broken bones, concussions. Then he took to burning the son. Getting back with the mother, then going on his rage fest. Jesus, we've got photos of the burns. Favored the torso, the belly. Finally got busted. He's still in. It's looking like the mother went back on the juice, took off. OD'd in some flophouse. When they found her, dead a couple days, ID'd her, went to look for the kid, he was gone. She broke off again when her comm signaled. Whitney says 5 minutes. She took a long, slow breath. All right, I've got it from here. You should hit the lab. He may have some questions for me regarding the school and its security. Right. Stand with the board behind you, Eve. What? Stand with the board behind you. The young girls behind you. Stand there as you stand for them. 17. Rather than one of his dignified suits and conservative ties, Whitney entered the holo wearing khakis and a navy golf shirt. It threw Eve off for half a beat before he spoke. Lieutenant, you bring welcome news. Sir. Dorian Gregg, through an intermediary, sought the protection of the NYPSD and has provided us with a great deal of vital information. She's currently in a secured location and under the watch of 2 hand-picked officers. Detective Yancey will meet with her at 0900 to begin the process of identifying the female we believe is in charge of the child trafficking operation. Eve remained standing as Whitney took a seat. We installed Dorian Gregg at en dedans. Whitney's eyebrows winged high. The school? And why would you choose a civilian location, one with other minors and considerable civilian staff in residence? To secure her cooperation, first and foremost, Commander. Secondarily, to give her both a physical and emotional break from the trauma endured over the past several months. I take full responsibility for this decision, and for giving my word as a representative of the NYPSD on several points. It was my call. And you didn't find it necessary to contact and receive authorization of this call from command? I felt, and continue to feel strongly, that I had to make this deal with Dorian or lose her. Her cooperation, finding a way to gain at least some trust from her, was and is key to identifying and locating those responsible for Mina Cabot's murder, for the abductions, forced imprisonment, and sale of dozens of minors. Sir, if I could detail the events that led to where we are now. I think you'd better. She watched his eyes narrow as she relayed the contact through Mavis, the connection to Sebastian, the unorthodox meeting. It didn't do the knots in her stomach any good. She expected the battery of questions, point by point, and he had them and more. "You believe these initial memory gaps?" "I do, yes, sir." Wandering the streets of Dallas, broken and bloody, mind a blank. Yes, she believed. And I believe she came forward reluctantly because she remembered Mina. Her attachment and trust in Sebastian came quickly because he helped her and no one else had. Not the police, not the social workers, not any authority who had the responsibility to do so. If he hadn't persuaded her to talk to me, we wouldn't have the information she provided. Which doesn't include the location of this academy. No, sir, but it gives us a great deal to work with. Details we wouldn't have otherwise. It's verified the status of several of the victims on this board. One she saw there, and one she states self-terminated. We have knowledge that the woman known as Auntie has a partner or a financial backer, perhaps a superior. We know the building where the abductees are held consists of at least 7 floors. We have a portion of the swipe card she used to access the elevator to the tunnels. The existence of the tunnels narrows our search for the location. The clothes she was wearing when she escaped are now at the lab and may offer more evidence. The end may justify some of your means, Lieutenant. However, by circumventing the chain of command, placing a minor victim and key witness in an unauthorized and civilian location, you've left a lot of cleanup. Yes, sir. It's my responsibility. I made the decisions based on the circumstances of the moment and the emotional state of the minor. She's also mine, sir. She came to me. And you answer to the department, he reminded her. While you've given your word to this girl and her, we'll stick with intermediary for now. I haven't given mine. We have a network of safe houses. We have trained child protection professionals. Like Truman. Eve used all her will to push back emotion, to keep it out of her tone. I'm fully aware Truman doesn't represent the majority of CPS professionals, Commander. But Dorian Gregg has only that individual in her experience. If I'd called in CPS, we'd have lost her. Rochelle Pickering is also a trained professional, and Dr. Mira has requested at least a session with the minor child. I could have given her no choice. Pulled her in, installed her in an authorized location with CPS and a few cops. Maybe we'd have gotten this information from her in time. I wasn't willing to do more damage to her to get it. She's spent her life being beaten, abused, neglected, and the last several months being forced to submit to physical exams, punished with shock sticks, being forced to perform sexual acts with other girls trapped as she was. She made a friend in Mina Cabot, and now blames herself for her friend's death. She fell, she couldn't run, and her friend ran to protect her and died. Everything inside her wanted to shake, to break, but she wouldn't allow it. She'd done the right thing, as a cop, as a human being, and she'd stand by it. No, sir. I wasn't willing to pile on to that. So I used my best judgment and gave her a choice. If I don't protect and serve Dorian Gregg and every girl on this board behind me, I don't deserve the badge. I stand by my actions, Commander, and again, take full responsibility for them. I wonder if she knows the advocate she has in you. It doesn't matter. Protecting her, finding Mina Cabot's killer, and busting the organization that exploits and torments, that sells girls like her into slavery is all that matters. When we're done here, I'll have a discussion with Dr. Mira. Meanwhile, I'll need chapter and fucking verse on the security and setup at the location you chose. The chain of command, Lieutenant, doesn't stop with me. I'd be better suited to address that area. Roarke stepped into the hollow. I can answer any questions you have, and I'll send you the schematics and blueprints. Eve stayed where she was, just stepped back in her head and let the technical talk roll over her. If Whitney pulled Dorian out of Ondedan, it would leave a scar. On the kid, and, Eve admitted, on herself. Because she knew what it was to be shuffled around, all in the name of the best welfare of the child. And, she could admit as well, she'd made some of the decisions she'd made because she knew. Too close, too deep, no question. Now all she could do was wait, accept the command, the consequences, and see it through. If Whitney pulled her off the case, and he had every right to do so, she'd turn over every scrap of data she had to whoever took her place, to the feds. They'd bust it down. She believed that absolutely. But Dorian Gregg would never trust a cop again. She wouldn't believe she mattered, and the first chance she got, she'd run again. Living on the streets. And, one day, invariably, she'd sell the body the bastards had abused, pampered, and trained. And, Eve thought, she'd be responsible for that. She'd crossed the lines. That's a great deal of high-end security for a school, Whitney commented. The students, their parents or guardians, the staff, guest instructors, all deserve a safe place. You may also wish to speak with Rochelle, as she can provide you with the day-to-day precautions and protocols, and the schedule she's planned for Dorian. And when we close this case, Dorian will remain a student at Ondedan as long as she wishes. Rochelle will begin the process of speaking with her contacts at CPS, arrange for a caseworker, and the necessary guardianship. This is part of the services offered. Whitney said nothing for a moment. I'll contact Dr. Mira. Meanwhile, Lieutenant, you have a matter of hours before you'll call in the feds. I suggest you put this report together carefully and push hard on nailing down the location of this hellhole. Get data off that broken swipe. Get a damn name. One that can break down the door to the rest. Yes, sir. Commander, I apologize for— Save it, he snapped, and faded off. Ouch, she murmured. You handled that very well, Roarke began. Did I? Did I handle any of it well? Letting go, she sat on the floor in front of the board, pulled her knees up, pressed her face to them, and rocked. Eve. Roarke lowered down beside her, put his arms around her. It's all right now. I don't think he disagreed with anything you did. He's just a bit annoyed at being out of the loop. It's not that. It's not that. It's not even that he didn't pull me off the investigation. It's all of it. Just all of it. Locked doors, locked in the dark, beatings, rapes. Trapped. He stroked her back, her hair, as Galahad ran over to rub against her. She's safe now, as you are, as all of them will be when we're done. You were probably right, back at the start. I should have passed this on. I wasn't right. Not wrong, either, as it was worry for you, for this exact thing.
You working yourself so thin, feeling too much and hurting. But, my darling Eve, I never worried you wouldn't find your way to push through it and stop this evil. He lifted her face, kissed it as she curled an arm around the cat. You did what was right for a murdered child, for a desperate and frightened one, and for all the others. You put them first, and as I know the commander, he knows that. He brushed tears away. That's who you are. That's who I love. I look at her, I listen to her, and my insides shake. I need the mad, I need the furious, but I can't get through the shakes. When you need to, you will. No one does the pissed-off cop half so well. With a watery laugh, she cuddled the cat and leaned into Roarke. I need to think straight. I know I need to think straight, do the job. I have to think straight and write up this report. So you will. They can't break you. You won't let them. Neither will I. He kissed her again. Or him, come to that, and gave Galahad one long stroke. He wanted, deeply, to bundle her up, pour a soother into her, and put her to bed. But he knew what she needed. You do that now, Lieutenant. Again his lips brushed hers. I'll get a start in the lab with this swipe. An hour will do it, then you'll eat. That's non-negotiable. I have to find the building, and we'll focus on that after a meal. I'm in this too. The boy, Mouser, looking at him was like looking at pieces of myself in the past. Fake beggar's license. Well, now, even at that age, I'd have done a better job there, but I was about to say he'd learn. She laughed again and held him close. Instead, we'll aim him in another direction. Oh, and I'm to get a lawyer for Dorian so she can, I quote, sue the shit out of Truman. I'm pleased you ran with that idea. It was a good one. It's not the money. She'll see the system can work, and those who abuse authority can be punished. Now, he got to his feet, pulled Eve to hers. Let's get to it, as I've a yen for that spaghetti and meatballs. Thanks. Still holding the cat, she leaned in one last time. Thanks for not coddling me. I know my cop. When he left, she stood another moment, nuzzling the cat. Steadier, she decided. She felt a lot steadier. Thanks. She pressed a kiss to the cat's head as she carried him to her sleep chair. I'm okay, and I've got work. And no, they wouldn't break her, she thought, as she walked to her command center. She'd damn well break them. While Eve wrote her report, Jonah K. Devereaux examined his newest possession. The female he'd decided to call Luna had beautiful, perfect skin the color of midnight and eyes of almost feral green. She stood straight, naked but for her collar as he studied her. He approved the slashing, razor-sharp cheekbones, the full lips dyed a bold and blooming red. Her hair tumbled to her shoulders, all glossy black curls touched with that same bold red. They'd augmented her breasts, but subtly. He didn't care for overstatements. Long legs, good muscle tone throughout, slim but not thin. Teeth, he said, and she opened those full lips so he could check them. White and perfect. He circled her, found no flaws, and decided Iris had done it again. The woman was a treasure, no question. Luna, yes, he enjoyed the name, had come from Tunisia, taken at the age of 14 and shipped, along with others on that acquisition trip, to New York for her training. Iris's meticulous accounting listed precisely what financial outlay had gone into her, the dental work, the breastwork, and so on, and what the investment had earned through photographs, vids, rentals. All of that had proved lucrative enough to keep her rather than sell. Now at 20, he considered her prime for his purposes. He preferred the experienced slave, and one he'd have to discipline only rarely. "You're Luna. Who am I?" "You are my master." He smiled, pleased with the musical touch of accent on her precise English. "Why are you here?" "To serve at your pleasure in all things." "And if you serve me well, I'll treat you well. I have no desire to mar your beauty. This is my room. You only enter it when I bid it. You'll wear what I give you to wear, eat what I give you to eat. I may, on occasion, share you with others." He turned to circle her again, and didn't see the momentary despair in her eyes. "If you displease me, I'll hurt you. If you anger me, I may kill you. You are mine to do with as I wish. When I have no desire for you, you'll remain in your suite of rooms. You are not to leave them until I deem you've earned that privilege. Do you understand?" "I understand, master. I am your property and grateful to serve you." "Good. Get on the bed. I'm going to fuck you now. I like enthusiasm." He used her, then took a pill to revive himself so he could use her again. He liked the feel of her, the sound of her moans and gasps. Pleased, he ordered her on her knees to test her oral skills, and as she served him, and very well, he decided to send Iris flowers with something shiny tucked into them. "You'll do, Luna, for now." He gave her breast what he considered an affectionate squeeze. He went to his intercom and signaled one of his domestics. The blonde in a red skin suit and collar answered promptly. "You're to show Luna to her quarters. She may have a meal. A salad, some grilled halibut, brown rice and asparagus." "I'll see to it right away, master." "Shower thoroughly," he ordered Luna. "Use the lotions I've provided you. When I call you back, answer promptly." "Of course, and thank you." He waved them out, and didn't see the tears spill down his newest possession's cheek as she kept her head down. Well satisfied, he took a shower himself. He groomed, pampering his skin, studying his face and body in the wall of mirrors. He found no flaws. He dressed in lounge pants and a loose silk shirt, then left his bedroom suite to go to his private office. There he opened a vault and studied other possessions. Cash, of course. He could never get enough of it. And those shiny things he loved to own and, when the occasional called for it, give out like party favors. He selected a bracelet, fiery rubies meshed with icy diamonds. He'd order roses, red and white, and tuck the bracelet in with them. He closed the vault, poured himself what he considered a well-deserved brandy, then sat at his massive desk. "Contact Iris, personal link." He started to frown when the link signaled a third time. Then her face came on screen. Jonah, how lovely to hear from you. I was about to cut the call. Oh, I'm so sorry. I needed to move to a quiet spot. I'd just taken a scouting report. And? There's no sign of that ungrateful girl. Infuriating when I think of the potential there, the waste of our time and efforts. But I'm determined it's for the best. An obvious troublemaker, simply a defective product. She sent him an easy smile. I hope you haven't found the selection I made for you defective or unsatisfactory. On the contrary, I called to congratulate you on your invariably exquisite taste. She's very much what I had in mind, and performed very well. I've named her Luna. What a beautiful name! How kind of you. I'm going to send you a little thank you gift. Oh, now, that's not necessary. And she laughed. But I'll take it. While I've got you, I'll tell you the preliminary marketing and plans for the auction are going exceptionally well. I expect us to see a major profit with this event. Enough we may want to discuss more seriously opening an academy in England. Great minds! I've been toying with a manor house in the Lake District. It would need some work, of course, a considerable investment. But if you don't grow, you stand still. I couldn't agree more. We'll take a closer look after the auction. Let's be sure to replenish our supplies. Not to worry. We acquired a new trainee tonight, or will have acquired when she arrives. A pretty one. Supply and demand, Jonah. We meet both. It's a fine life we have, isn't it, Iris? Couldn't be better. Enjoy your evening. And Luna. Believe me, I will. Good night. He sat back with his brandy, gently swirling while he reflected on just how perfect his world was. His parents, of course, would have been appalled. But then their world, their vision, had been so narrow, so staid. They'd never known the thrill of taking whatever you wanted, doing whatever you wanted, indulging every whim. Then they died. He shook his head, sipped brandy. They died never having stepped out of that narrow world, and left him, their only child, all the money, the properties, the business, the power. He'd done as he'd wanted with it all, and now look at him. He had so much more. In his world, his wide-open world, he was a god. He lifted the snifter in a toast to self. In his world he ruled, and no one could stop him. Eve continued updating her board when Roarke walked back in. "Anything?" she asked him. "We'll talk about it over dinner." He moved straight through to the kitchen. Sneaky way to get her to eat, she thought. Still, they'd had a kind of deal, so she stepped away from the board when he came back carrying 2 domed plates with a basket of bread balanced on top of one. "I considered various ways to persuade you to take a soother." He set the plates down at the table by the open balcony windows before backtracking to the wine rack behind a panel. "So let's skip all the debate and arguing and compromise on half a glass of wine." "I'm okay." "Good." He chose a bottle. "Let's keep it that way. Food, a little wine." After opening the wine, he brought it and 2 glasses to the table. She'd sat on the damn floor and cried, Eve reminded herself. If she couldn't admit to having a bad moment, she'd just end up having another. So she walked to the table, took a seat, then looked down at the plate he uncovered. Pretty clever to pick one of my weaknesses. She picked up a fork, then it hit her. Somerset did that. Jesus, how bad did I look? If you can't drop the stoic cop face inside your own home, then where? That bad? Accepting it, what choice did she have? She wound the first bite of pasta around the fork. I'm over it. Enough, she qualified, and ate. So tell me what you got. Not much to work with. It's a high security level swipe. Something you might use in a prison or highly sensitive facility. Not a standard level as you'd have in, say, a hotel, a residence, or an office building. It is a prison, Eve said, and stabbed a fat meatball. Agreed. We have approximately 20% of the swipe, the lower right corner. The data's secured under several layers and encoded. You can't get anything off what we've got? He gave her a gimlet eye as he wound pasta. I can tell you, first, a swipe like this would be programmed and developed in a handful of places, if we stick to the US. Since most of those would be government contractors, those are most likely low probability. Not out of the question, Eve considered, but lower than a private contractor. One of those private contractors would be Roarke Industries, so I've started a search there on clients. What kind of clients? Asks the cop. Roarke broke a hunk of bread in two, handed her half. Financial institutions, private labs, high-end resorts, security-minded individuals and businesses with deep pockets. And no, we wouldn't vet a client for this. Why would we? But I'll be doing that now, and it'll take a bit of time. Okay. That's all you got off the piece of swipe? He gave her that gimlet eye again. I've got partial codes, which I'm now running on auto through a series of decoding programs. Once I see how far down those can take it, I'll dig down on that. Wouldn't you be able to tell if it's one of yours? He picked up his wine, took a long, slow sip. Eve, we make millions of swipes at this level. Design, encode, personalize, after which any client may add their own layer of programming and then layer on the data for the individual who'd hold the swipe. Smaller companies may ask us to do that final step, with photo ID included. However, consider turnover. Someone resigns, is fired, or simply damages or loses the swipe. So most that want this level have the ability, as, say, a hotel on the lower levels has with room swipes, to erase the previous data and reprogram. So that's a no. If I had the top portion of the swipe, I'd find our signature coded in. But I don't have that, and have to work with what I do have. I'm not giving you grief. I just don't get this stuff. Your master, for instance. If it was stolen, lost, damaged, what's the procedure? I report same ASAP. Ah, they disable it, administer a new one after a big fat headache of paperwork. Precisely. At the level we're dealing with, the swipe would be automatically disabled when damaged. No doubt, when they discovered it had been stolen, they'd have disabled it, but breaking it? They obviously didn't have the time or foresight to wipe it, which is a much simpler process when the swipe is in hand, before that level of damage. Now they can't. They can't wipe the data? I'm going to say the girl took a hard fall, as the swipes aren't fragile, and when it's snapped, it's done, you see. It can't be used, and the data on it simply carries the name of the holder and their clearance level,
the company or individual who owns or runs the building where it's used, the programmer, the manufacturer. Couldn't somebody access the data, like we're counting on you to do, then forge a swipe, access those areas? He smiled, sipped more wine. There was once an exquisite Van Gogh. But we don't need to go into all the details. I'll say I had weeks for the planning, the setup and so on, and a necessarily quick execution. Years ago, darling Eve. But we, and surely most others, build in fail-safes for such mischief now. But you could get around that. He went back to his pasta. Given time and a less strict wife. But circling back, we have what we have and we'll do what we can do. What you've done so far confirms things we either knew or believed. The academy has deep pockets, is run like a prison, likely has various levels of security. Sophisticated. Mira called that from the start. Dorian lifted the swipe from a floor matron, according to her statement. Someone like that had access to the elevators, or at least the one on that floor, and that security clearance ran all the way down to the tunnels. And it's unlikely all would. Food providers, for instance, general cleaning or clerical, that sort of thing. The matrons, just another term for security in this case. Agreed. They use a crematorium. Use the tunnels to get the body or bodies out, transport to a crematorium. Whoever runs that is part of this, or someone there is part of it, taking a fee or more. It gives us another angle. And likely hundreds of mortuary businesses to run, Roarke added. What would you look for? First, for a mortuary in New York that provides this dead service owned or run by or that employs someone with a criminal history. Leaning into crimes against minor females, but not exclusively that. Why not exclusively? Blackmail and or payoffs work. Somebody wants to hide the fact he's gotten busted, maybe done time. Then you look for those somebodies who might have more money than they should, or the business itself is more flush than it ought to be. I can't take time to dig into all that, so I'll pass it on. I could have the time. If you have any, I'd rather you use it to get everything off that swipe that's gettable and help me narrow down locations for the academy. And I seriously regret they co-opted the name of a place that helped make me a cop. She was back, he thought. She was definitely back. That's the thing, Lieutenant. Through all of this, I'd wager they have no idea how many areas of your wrath they've lit. It can't be about wrath. She wound more pasta around a bite of meatball. Maybe a little, she conceded, under the rest. A little more than a little, but under the active, ongoing official investigation. She ate, wound more. I can hope, with that little more than a little personal wrath, I get to punch this auntie and her partner in the throat. I'm okay with hoping for that, but only after we bust their asses, build the case that gives the PA enough to lock them up for the rest of their miserable lives. She shrugged, ate. It'd be a nice bonus. She was, yes, all the way back, he thought, and grinned at her. 18. Eve dealt with the dishes while Roarke went back to his IT lab. She considered the fact his far-reaching company might have manufactured the swipe that got Dorian and Mina out of the academy. Coincidences bugged the crap out of her, but after some thought, She decided this didn't qualify. Roarke Industries manufactured so much damn stuff, it would be more of a coincidence if they weren't one of the possibles here. Satisfied with that, she went back to her command center, programmed coffee. So many tunnels in the city, she thought. In use, abandoned, rife with squatters and sidewalk sleepers. Add the underground and its dens of iniquity. Sex shops, sex clubs, the sort you didn't find on the streets, but under them. The junkies, the thieves, rapists, and those who felt wandering among them equaled adventure and excitement. Tying in with all of that? Could be handy, lucrative, another sort of training ground. But that lacked the element of sophistication and added an element of risk, security-wise, anonymity-wise. Maybe you had scouts troll through, looking for minor girls who wanted a taste of that adventure, or a street kid who thought she could find some work. She wouldn't dismiss that connection, but she wouldn't put it at the top of her list. She could dismiss subway tunnels, or tunnels known to house big pockets of junkies, homeless, the lost and abandoned. Utility tunnels worked. Shut down the access to the academy, even conceal it, and make use of them when empty. Easy enough to know. She had to believe they had the tunnels monitored. Too huge a security breach otherwise. She'd look there, but would start with abandoned or out of use. After a long, frustrating hour, she pushed up, poured more coffee, paced around the room. "Give me something," she said when Roarke came back, "because I've got too damn much of everything." "I can give you a partial name, partial last name, and some data that might help fill in." He went to her unit, hit some keys so data flowed onto the wall screen. "Eamson," Eve read. "Vel 5, and we've got what? 4th, meant 206. Okay, that's going to be level 5, her clearance. An address. Could be 4th Street, 14th, 24th, and so on. Eamson. That could be a last name. From the angle of the break, it's partial, then end of the surname. Yeah, I see that. And is that a date? It could be a date. 057? A year? 2057? Not date of birth. Date of employment? As good a conclusion as any, Roarke said, because as he saw it, there were many. It could be her serial number, a number assigned to her, or part of a longer code. I wish I could give you more, but that's all there is. It's more than we had. We've also got the location where Dorian hid after she escaped. She states she walked a long time, but odds are it just felt like it. She's hurt, in pain, dazed, in shock. Eve ordered the map on screen. For now, I'm going to concentrate on below Houston, east and west. Let's say you've worked for this organization for the last 4 years. You've got at least a mid-level clearance. You're willingly working for people making money abducting, abusing, and selling children. You're responsible for locking them in at night. I'm betting you make enough to afford a decent apartment and one reasonably close to work. You're going with 14th. Starting there, Eve agreed. It still gives us a hell of a lot of possible residences, but it's an apartment, most likely a second-floor deal given the 206. We know she's female, so run a search for a female in that number apartment on 14th Street whose last names end in Eamson. Maybe we get lucky, maybe we don't, but let me have this. Brushing her aside, he took the chair and the controls. She could do it, she thought. but had to admit he'd do it faster. And they'd go north from there and south into Brooklyn. Maybe matron bitch liked a little distance between home and work. Maybe 057 wasn't a date, but part of her ID code, or link code, or Marlene Williamson. You're fucking kidding me. That fast? Age 43, single, no offspring, no marriages on record, no cohab on record. Address 526 West 14th Street, apartment 206. Employed at Red Swan Productions as night security since April 2057. Red Swan. Get me the data. Coming on screen. Mobile videography. What the hell? No location. No fixed address. Clever. I can dig in. Yeah, we'll do that, but we both know it's a front. It's bogus. Maybe they file enough, put enough data in to pass, but it's bullshit. Let's go. You drive. If we're heading to Williamson's apartment, she'd be at work, wouldn't she? Yeah, so I'm tagging Rio on the way for a search warrant and an arrest warrant so we bag her when she comes home. You drive, and I'll set up the rest. I'll put McNabb and Peabody on the listed employer, she said, as she strode toward the door. She glanced at him as she pulled out her link. Swans aren't red, right? Not on this planet. Bogus, she muttered, then pulled out her link and contacted the officer guarding Dorian. I need to talk to the kid. She shot a finger at Roarke before he could object. She's in her room, sir. Should I wake her? Yeah, now. Just 1 minute, Lieutenant. She IDs Williamson, Eve said to Roarke. I won't have to tap dance with Rio to get the warrants, and she won't have to do the same with the judge. She slid into the car, Roarke remoted out of the garage, as Dorian came on screen. What's the what, man? I'm sending an image through. Tell me if you recognize this individual, and if so, how and when. As Roarke drove toward the gates, Eve sent the ID shot. Oh, wow! Jeez! That's matron! That's the floor matron bitch whose swipe I swiped! Are you positive? Holy crap, yeah! Like I wouldn't recognize the bitch from hell who smacked me around and jabbed me with a shocker? I didn't do the artist stuff yet. How did you get her picture? By doing my job. Detective Yancey's still scheduled for the morning. Be ready for that unless I say otherwise. Go back to bed. But how? You want the bitch from hell to pay? Fucking A! Then go back to bed and let me make that happen. Put the officer back on. Now. Sir? Close eye, officer. If there's another movement tonight, I'll loop you in. Standing ready, Lieutenant. Well, someone won't sleep much tonight. And, Roarke said as Eve snarled, you are absolutely right. The eyewitness statement will grease the wheels for the warrant. She might have something in that apartment that leads to the location of the academy. If not, I'll have cops sitting on the place until she gets home. Then I'll put her in the box, break her down. I've no doubt of it. She tagged Rio as Roarke surged downtown. The APA came on screen with her frothy blonde hair bundled up. She wore what Eve assumed was a robe, tropical birds winging over a hot red background. You know, Rio began, I was having my first full evening at home. A nice, quiet me time. Bubble bath with wine and candles. A home facial. Just snuggled myself in with a chirpy rom-com vid to top it off. You're not gonna add to that lovely pattern, are you? I need warrants. See my shock and amazement. On the Cabot-Gregg case, the child trafficking? Marlene Williamson. Gregg has identified her as the night floor matron where she was held, one who physically assaulted and abused her. Greg stole Williamson's security swipe. It's how she and Cabot got out. We retrieved a broken piece of it from the pocket of the clothing Greg wore when she escaped, and retrieved enough data to confirm it's Williamson's. And you have Dorian Gregg's positive identification? Affirmative. I showed her Williamson's photo, asked if she recognized this individual, and Greg nailed her as the matron. No hesitation. I need search and seizure for her residence and an arrest warrant. You've got her data? Send it to me. I'll get you what you need. Bag her sick ass, Dallas. Let's bag all of them. That's the plan. Push it. She clicked off, tagged Peabody, and filled her in. We're on our way. I can help with the search. McNabb can help Roarke with the ease. This is the break we needed, Dallas. Yeah, it is. Later. Eve clicked off. We're going to need a place to park and wait until the warrants come through. I believe there's underground parking. You believe that because, unless I'm mistaken, it's one of mine. Shocked and amazed, but possibly convenient, Eve admitted. I can hardly keep all the addresses in my head, but I'm reasonably sure of this, as we recently completed an upgrade on the tenant fitness center. An upscale building, like I figured. Judge for yourself. He lifted his chin toward the mid-sized tower of steel and glass before turning into a parking garage. A light blinked, then flashed on the gate before it opened. How does it know you're authorized? There's a sensor on all our vehicles that takes care of that. He pulled into a slot. We can go straight up to her floor, or to the lobby. You'll probably want to speak to night security. Yeah, I do. And you'll want a field kit. You got that, too. He took one out of the trunk, then set the locks on the car. They crossed the echoing garage to a bank of elevators. Does it ever get old? She wondered. You know, hey, that's my place. Absolutely not. He nudged her inside the car. Eve scanned the levels as he called for the lobby. 3 parking levels, the fitness and, indoor pool level, lobby, retail level, then the floors 1 through 12, topped by a rooftop level. How many tenants? I couldn't say right off, but if you need that information, I can get it. No, just curious. She stepped out in the lobby. Quiet, she noted, the air cool and subtly fragrant. Glossy black flooring with little gold flecks added an edge that, she supposed, suited the ultra-modern art. All slashes and swirls of color, the twisty black and gold metal lighting hugging the ceiling, and the weird-ass flowers poking out of glass tubes. The nightman pushed off his stool behind a sleek U-shaped counter and quickly came around it. He wore a black suit with a gold tie and wore his ink-black hair in a modified fade. Sir, Lieutenant. I'm Rohan, the night manager. How can I assist you? Marlene Williamson. I believe she would be at work. She works nights, so I rarely see her. Our hours are similar. Do you know when she left tonight and when she usually comes back? She hasn't come through the lobby since I came on, at 9. But as I said, I rarely see her. I do believe she comes in most mornings at around 5:30 or 6. I generally leave between 5 and 5:30 myself, but have occasionally crossed paths in the morning. Yeah, convenient, Eve admitted, and began to itch for the warrants. How about this morning? No, I'm sure I haven't seen Miss Williamson in the last several days, but that's not unusual. Maybe you could check the lobby feed, Eve began. Then her PPC signaled. Never mind that for now. I have a warrant authorizing me to enter Williamson's residence." "I see. If there's some difficulty, or if I can be of any assistance in this matter, I am at your service." "Great. 2 officers will be coming in shortly. Send them up. If Williamson happens to come in while we're up there, do and say nothing. Just give us a heads up." Eve started to dig for a card, but Roarke pulled out one of his own. "Of course. Please let me know if there's any other way I can assist you." With Roarke, Eve walked to the elevators, gold with black flecks. "Where'd you find him?" "I can't be sure, but I will find out. He never flicked an eyelash. I admire that." If she's on schedule, we have several hours before she heads back. Eve rocked, heel to toe, toe to heel. Plenty of time to go through her place. We find anything, we put an op together to take down the academy, get those kids out, and I have some cops sit on her place in case she gets clear. Wouldn't that be nice and tidy and in a bow? Yeah. How come things hardly work that way? She stepped out on 2. Pale gray carpet on the floors, more bold art on silvery walls. Good lighting, she noted. Solid security on every black apartment door. She paused in front of 206. Record on. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve and civilian consultant, and owner of this property, Roarke. We have a warrant to enter this apartment, to search same and seize any evidence pertaining to the investigation of the abduction and murder of minor female Mina Cabot, the abduction of minor female Dorian Gregg, and the suspicion of child trafficking by Marlene Williamson, the resident, and others. Very formal, Roarke murmured. Cross every T on this. She pressed the buzzer, waited. Occupant does not respond, and is believed to be on duty at the as yet unknown location where the minor females are held. Mastering in. Roarke laid a hand on hers. Before you do that, why don't I disengage any and all alarms? It's possible the occupant has an alarm tied to her link. Okay, do that. While he worked, she scanned the hall. Quiet as a church, she thought, whatever that meant. But if anybody watched screen, engaged in noisy sex, or beat the crap out of anyone behind those black doors, the soundproofing proved exceptional. There you have it, Roarke told her. Alarms and locks disengaged. Great. She gave the door a good pounding with her fist first. Marlene Williamson, this is the police. We are authorized to enter. She drew her weapon, went in low. She caught the scent first. Death, but not human, not animal. Lights on, she ordered, and swept the spacious living area with her weapon. Clean-lined furnishings in soft colors and nothing out of place. A dining area with a glossy white table and chairs. The death was there in a vase of flowers drooping from a clear vase that showed a stingy level of cloudy water. Withered petals scattered over the table. We clear it, but she's not here. She hasn't been here in the last couple days, at least. Seal up, then take the kitchen. See when she last used the AC. Weapon in hand, she headed down a hallway, a room converted to a home office, a small bath attached. The master, bigger, splashier, with more dead flowers on a dresser that showed a thin layer of dust. The bed might have been made with military precision, but it had a lot of frills and fuss. In the master bath, a single bud of some sort stood withered in a slim vase. No way, she muttered. No way all those flowers died today. An organized soul, she said when Roarke joined her.
On the outside, the living area, conservative, even simple. Indulgent here in her personal space, fluffy pillows, frilly curtains. She opened the closet. Same here. Straight lines, black or gray on one side, work clothes, and some cut-loose stuff on the other side. She last used the AC on the evening those girls got out, Roarke told her. At 7 o'clock, almost on the dot, dinner of beef tenderloin, real beef, he added, new roasted potatoes and roasted eggplant, iced tea. That explains the dead flowers and the dust. I did a quick search, he continued, as she took the can of Seal It from the kit, used it. Every morning prior to that last meal, an omelette or a soft-boiled egg with fruit and whole wheat toast. 7 a.m., again almost precisely. At, again, precisely 2 in the afternoon, a salad. She used the dishwasher at 7:38 on that same evening. Besides the dishes you'd expect from the breakfast and so on, a wine glass. There's a nice bottle of Pinot Grigio, open, in the wine fridge, and a very good selection of wine on a rack. Tormenting kids pays well, Eve concluded. They either relocated her after the escape, or killed her. I'm betting on number 2. They not only got past her, but her swipe card got them out. Grounds for termination. With prejudice, Roarke finished. She still could have things to tell us. We'll start in the office. Since she planned to leave the electronics to him and McNabb when the detective joined in, she walked to the closet. Locked. I like it's locked. She rolled her shoulders. Somebody's got secrets. Would you like me to open the lock? I've got it. She pressed a hand to her recorder. Gimme your pics. How do you know I have pics on me? Because you always do. Gimme. He took out a small case, passed it to her. Re-engaging the record, she got to work on the lock. Sure, it would take her longer, but she wanted to practice anyway. Passcoded in fail-safed, Roarke told her as he worked on the desk unit. Yes, I'll agree. Someone has secrets. And whoever relocated her or killed her didn't think of that. Yet, anyway. Got this big auction coming up. Got cleanup to do on the escape. Got hunters out for Dorian. Busy, busy. Williamson, just a cog in the wheel. It hasn't been long. Roarke sat, began to work on bypassing the security on the desk unit. I'd say they're not particularly worried about anyone noticing she hasn't been home. Not worried about the police identifying her, particularly if they found the rest of the broken swipe. Follows. The thin bead of sweat running down her spine as she worked annoyed the crap out of her, but she kept at it. She lives alone, works nights. We'll check to see if she had any daytime or day-off visitors. Talk to neighbors, but... Got it! Congratulations. Bite me, Slick. She opened the closet. Standard-type office supplies and, ooh, a safe. We'll get to that. And a couple file boxes of discs. She pulled them out, set them on the work counter, pawed through. Jesus, Roarke. They're labeled. Trainees, by numbers. Going from 65 to 253. She kept records on the girls. Her own records on them. She paused at the buzzer. I've got that. Keep at it. She hustled to the door and snapped orders. McNabb, check the security. See if anyone's entered the premises since the night of the escape. Peabody, start knocking on doors on this level. Determine when anyone last saw Williamson. She hasn't been here since the night of. On that.
McNabb, when you're done here, assist Roarke. Peabody, contact Rohan at the desk. I want the security feeds and visitors' logs. I want to know if anyone came to visit Williamson in... Let's start with the last 3 weeks. I want the feeds from the lobby, this hallway, the elevators, and the garage for the last 5 days. Is she in the wind or dead? Peabody wondered. I'm thinking dead, but maybe she went rabbit. She's got a safe in her home office. We'll see what's in it, if anything. Go. She hurried back to Roarke. Status? Getting there. She either had the skills or hired someone with considerable. It's a very fine job. Couple minutes more. While she waited, Eve selected a disk, used her own PPC. I'm guessing she had the skills. The disks are encrypted. We'll get through that, but it'll take more time. I'm bringing Feeney in. Roarke looked up. Eve, it's near to midnight. He's a cop. Pulling out her link, she walked to the master to search while she made the tag. She found an old link, obviously kept as an emergency spare, a tablet, a roll of cash, $2,000 in the underwear drawer. Like thieves never look there. Sexy underwear, but the only sex-type toys she found indicated solo rides. No regular bed partner, she concluded. Soft, silky fabrics in the undergarments and nightwear, some simple, serviceable jewelry, practical shoes on the business side, sex-me-up type on the party side. But you didn't party much, did you, Marlene? All this tells me it was more a wide and twisted fantasy life. Maybe you got decent vacation benefits. That might be party time. Cut it loose somewhere not here. What have you got? She asked Peabody without turning around. Nobody really knew her. Not on this floor, anyway. I've got a little from the woman across the hall. She knew Williamson worked nights, mostly because she'd see Williamson come in some mornings when she headed out to the gym. Whit works remote at home 3 days a week, so she'd occasionally pass her in the afternoon, going to the market, that sort of thing. Mostly just nodded to each other. Peabody glanced at her notes. She doesn't remember seeing anybody visit, but since she felt Williamson didn't want any friendly neighbor vibe, she didn't make a point of chatting. Down the hall guy said he rode in the elevator with her sometimes when he headed out to meet friends and she was going to work. He asked, and she said she worked nights, then sort of froze him out, according to him. Okay, let's get that feed. I'm going to check on the E-team. Feeney's on his way in. She went back to the office, saw McNabb at the desk unit, and Roarke crouched in the closet with the safe door open. We're in, McNabb told her. I'm starting on files. She's one paranoid mother, Dallas, encrypted up the butt. Feeney's coming. Couldn't hurt, but we're in here, and Roarke melted through the safe in like 5 seconds. Eve crouched beside Roarke as he drew out jewelry cases. Those are going to be real. I'd say so. Simple and elegant, good settings, good stones. He opened cases, revealing necklaces, bracelets, earrings, rings. It's a lovely little collection. How much, you figure? At a glance? Maybe a couple $100,000. We'll find they're insured and pin that down. And look here. He pulled out another box, opened it. Nice and green. She had a couple $1,000 in her panty drawer. This is more. About $500,000. Smart, I suppose, not to bank it all. It's likely she's paid more than she should be, and rather than send up any flags, they do some at least in cash. Easier to wash that way on all sides. No way she's in the wind. You don't rabbit and leave all this behind. You want the cash. And there's a passport here. And an unused link. Insurance. Gotta run? Grab the sparkles, the cash, the passport, the fresh link. She didn't get to run. She sat back on her heels. Nothing in here. Nothing I found in her bedroom that touches on the academy. We need to get into those discs and her personal files. I'm getting there, McNabb told her. She pushed to her feet. Let's take it all into Central. You'll have more tools there and it'll be quicker. Tag Feeney. Tell him to go there, not here. I'll get a detail to sit on the place in case I'm wrong and she just found a hole to hide in for a few days. She looked around. Take it in. Peabody and I will do another solid sweep through, check the security feeds, then meet you. You don't, Roarke cut her off. Don't say it. She shrugged. Knee-jerk. I'll see you there. Eve walked away to order the detail. But, she thought, she wasn't wrong. Marlene Williamson had certainly taken a last trip through the tunnels and was never coming back. 19. With Peabody, Eve went through every drawer, closet, cabinet, and cubbyhole in the Williamson apartment and found nothing that pointed the way to the academy or those who ran it. In the security hub, they scanned feeds and confirmed Williamson's departure at 2000 hours on the night of Mina Cabot's murder. No return at any time on any feed. The 30-day visitors log showed no one signing in for Williamson. Dead end, Eve concluded, in every way. Coffee, she said the minute they got in the car. Oh, yes, please. With a heartfelt sigh, Peabody programmed it. The probability she's alive and hiding is sub-zero, but literally terminating her for having her swipe stolen's seriously harsh. So's stealing kids and selling them to pervs. Yeah, it is. Peabody gulped coffee, yawned, gulped more. But that's, for them, business. So was this. Fire or discipline an employee, said employee could get pissy, and being pissy might try to cut a deal with the cops. Why risk it? Dead men tell no tales, Peabody quoted. Sure they do. And dead or alive, Williamson's telling us plenty. She'll be telling us more when the E-nerds break her codes. That was a saying, right? Yeah, it's sayings like that are another reason people do the stupid. Okay, dead now, so that's that. And it's not. Nobody knows it's not better than a murder cop. Add to it, you know why these assholes didn't think to wipe her apartment? She was nothing to them. Just another number. Night Matron Williamson. Employee number whatever. Disposable. She cost them millions, and profit's the bottom line here. She pulled into the garage at Central. She worked there a solid number of years, Peabody added. I bet she kept her head down, did the job, didn't make waves. Who'd think she'd keep files on her? Charges, I guess. Prisoners, Eve corrected, as they crossed to the elevator. According to her data, she was a prison guard, Attica, for 10 years before she got into this. They stepped into the car, and Eve called for EDD level. I'm betting they recruit, she continued. Prison, juvie facilities. vet them, do deep background, a psych eval, because you need the type who'd be just fine with all this. You're gonna pay them a hell of a lot more, add some juicy benefits, and give them the chance to jab kids with shock sticks. Psych eval. You're right, because they have to know they're hiring sadists and sociopaths. Maybe, probably, monitor them for the first few months. More likely a year. Spot check after that. You'd need to be careful to avoid addicts, people with spouses or close family ties. Someone like Williamson? No close relationships, organized, routine-bound, punctual, just greedy enough. I'm betting she was a model employee until she screwed up. I could start a search for people with that employment background who transferred to Red Swan. Do that, Eve said as they stepped off the elevator. A 5-year spread. We only need one, goddammit, one live one. She headed straight to the lab and through the glass walls saw the E-team at work. Feeney in his industrial beige shirt sleeves, dung-colored tie loose and crooked, McNabb, bony hips twitching in red baggies paired with a T-shirt swirled with atomic colors, and Roarke, pale gray dress shirt somehow still crisp, with the sleeves rolled to the elbow and his hair tied back. They'd added Calendar, she noted, who completed the lineup with blue and green striped baggies, a sunshine yellow tank with the new feature of hair ink black at the crown falling into a short, multicolored rainbow of tufts and spikes. Eve pushed in. The noise level rose from library quiet to a night at the club. Music didn't blast, but it sure as hell pumped. Snatches of conversation, that might as well have been Ferengi, cut through it as the E-team communicated. Machines beeped, buzzed, clacked, and the air smelled ripe with coffee and sugar from mugs and fizzies and a not-quite-depleted box of donuts. Jesus! How can anybody think? Eve demanded. Calendar glanced over her shoulder. Uh-oh, Mom's home. Kill music. It can actually help you think, she claimed when it dropped away. Like the sugar rush. Pulled her in, Feeney said as he worked. Lot of data to crack, and we want it fast. I'm for that. What have you got? Layered it good and proper, she did. Roarke spoke, and as it often did when he dived deep in the work, his accent clicked up a few degrees. And bloody bugger in hell, there's another. I've got it. Are you seeing this, Ian? She sandwiched a cross jab with a roll down in two-step. Overkill, total. Need assist? No, I have it. Ah, the roll down's counterfeit, cozied with a triple slash and inverted ampersand. It's clever enough, but easily... And there, I've got it. Got what? Eve demanded, as her brain just swirled like McNabb's shirt. What in holy hell have you got? I took the files on the girls, or 2.5 years of them, going back from the now. She changed the code, so Calendar's on the next two. Feeney and McNabb are dealing with her personal files. Show me one of them. He brought the first on screen. I know that face. She's on the board. No. Send all you've got to the conference room. Which room? We're in one. Peabody. I'm with you. I need an address, Eve snapped as she headed out. I need a location. Run that search, she told Peabody. Get that started. We only need fucking one. I can use McNabb's unit up here. They're a lot juicier than what we have in homicide, and I can have the results sent down to the conference room. Do that. She went down alone, jogging down the glides. She swiped into the conference room, eyes on the board as she detoured to the auto chef. The scent of her own coffee relieved her as she located the girl. Jackie Collinsworth, age 12, Detroit. She ordered the data Roarke transferred on screen, saw the same face, the same data, then more. Williamson kept records on when the girl had been admitted, wrote up a sketchy report on physical condition and what she called repairs, dental work, skin and hair regimen, exercise and nutrition. She deemed Jackie spoiled, difficult, defiant, with poor language skills that relied on swearing, physically aggressive and requiring discipline and chemical modifications. Also noted were the times and dates of the discipline, the method, the times and dates and doses of the drugs. Improvement in attitude and behavior noted at 7 weeks. She'd noted down skill levels. Her scale, Eve assumed, as training continued. The trainee required small, daily doses of a personalized chemical cocktail to reach her potential. She got an 8 out of 10. Williamson estimated her value at auction at $6 million, with a bonus for herself as matron disciplinarian of $600. Her notes indicated this as a disappointment. She read on, girl by girl, including 3 she added to the board. And Mina Cabot. "You learned fast, didn't you?" Eve mumbled as she read Williamson's data. "Play along and look for a way out. You went from spoiled and willful, according to this bitch, to cooperative, compliant, and eager to learn. Got a 10 out of 10. And an estimated value between 12 and 15 million. So up to 1,500 for your night guard, who rates you as a success." She read, paste, read, paste. The child Dorian stated had killed herself, confirmed by Williamson's notes, cost the matron $1,000. Deducted from her pay. Failure. She rated them, Eve began without turning around when she heard Peabody come in. Scale of 1 to 10. She really didn't like Dorian. And I've got over 20 incidents where she used a shock stick on her. She considered the discipline did its job and rated her a 9 out of 10. Potential value at 12 million, as some buyers like the sass. Sass, Eve repeated. She'd have netted $1,200 at that rate as a bonus. They also deduct $1,000 for any girl who dies. Smart business. Make it work, you get a piece of the action. Fail, it comes out of your pocket. Are you okay? 5 by fucking 5. I've only gotten through 6 months and already added 3 we didn't have. Younger ones, 6 to 10. I think I've got 2. 2 what? Distracted, Eve turned, then cleared her head. From the search? Yeah, I've got it running on auto now because I wanted to get this to you fast. Can I put them up? Yeah, Jesus. Okay, first one, Maxine Pryor, former Army, less than honorable discharge 16 years back. She worked as a guard for Metro State, Atlanta, from 2056 to 2058. Some slaps in her file there. She took a job as a security guard at Red Swan. It says Atlanta, but the address, her residence, is bogus there, so I dug deeper and found one that matches in Chelsea. It's under L.M. Pryor, and she changed hair color, had a little work done, but it all fits. 1 marriage, divorced 15 years, no offspring. That's good. Give me the next. Cecil B. Dodgett. He was a cop in Baltimore City, terminated after 12 years on the job for excessive force, extortion, and ultimately striking a superior officer. Picked up work as a prison guard at a minimum security prison in rural Maryland, and for the last 5 years has been employed by Red Swan as a recruitment officer. Is that what they call the Scouts in polite company? Address? In Maryland, outside Baltimore. He has a black van registered in his name, no spouse, no kids. I dug down more, and he's got a damn nice house, a boat, and a Panther ZX convertible roadster. He's living pretty large on what he reports as his annual earnings. Wonder what kickback the Scouts get from the sales. This is good, Peabody. Let's go wake up Maxine Pryor. Do we want a warrant? The first tag she'll make is to her superiors and their lawyers. We need to convince her not to do that. We use Marlene Williamson. You're a liability. You're dead. Then, she broke off as she heard McNabb coming with a double-time prance. Got through! His face, a little pink from the run, beamed success. Jesus! The layers, and obsessed much, 1,000,000 separate files. Location, McNabb. As he reeled off an address, Eve ordered the map on screen. I had that one. What the hell is it? Before she could call that up, he told her. It's a delivery hub and warehouse for reliable delivery services. It's been around for like ever. Maybe close to 90, 100 years. Global, but they have their headquarters in New York. Always have. Who owns the building? Same guy who owns the business. Lock and stock, McNabb told her. Roarke knows him. Some. They're coming, but the cap told me to fly, so I did. He paused, let out several huffing breaths. Jonah K. Devereaux inherited the whole deal from his parents when their private shuttle went down in the Sea of Japan when he was like 20-something. He got it all. Already a multi-billion-dollar industry, Roarke added as he walked in. Under his eye, it's continued to run smoothly enough, though he hasn't implemented any expansions in the last decade or so. He has the family home on Long Island as his New York residence, and I believe villas in the south of France, another in the Caymans. I haven't checked as yet, but he may have more. You know this guy? Very slightly. The foundation his parents started when he was still a boy donates generously to some organizations I also support. I brushed up against him a few times at charity events, but not that I recall in the past few years. The word is, such as it is, that he prefers spending his time on one of his estates. He's never married, but has been known to enjoy the company of women, usually professional women, and younger. Not children, he said quickly. I've never heard a whisper of that, or I'd have passed it on to you already. What's younger? 20s, 30s. He's in his 60s, maybe early 70s, and that wouldn't be unusual. I need more on him, on the business, on Red Swan. We're here to get it, Feeney told her. Calendar's upstairs pushing on Red Swan. We don't need the fancy to look at Devereaux or RDS. Figured to use your bullpen. Have at it. I need everything you can get me on this building. Every square foot of it you can get. You'll have it. Give us another hour. Feeney rubbed his eyes. And a hell of a lot of coffee. Eve checked the time. Somehow it had gotten to be past 4 in the morning. You're sure about the hour? An hour, Feeney confirmed. Maybe less. Use what you need, take what you need. Peabody, keep at it. Let's see how many people you can connect to Red Swan, and add in the delivery service to the search. He'd need some there, too, even if he's running the front as legit. Alone in the room,
She looked back at the board. She'd get back to those faces. More, she'd get them out. All she could. To do it, she needed more than data. She needed cops. Taking out her link, she started calling them in. She tagged her bullpen, including Uniform Carmichael. She tagged Rio, Willoughby, and added Lowenbaum from SWAT. She, with reluctance, woke up her commander and, considering the proximity of the building to the river, requested both air and water support. Then she sat, used the conference room comp to do some digging herself on Devereaux. EDD would get her what she needed, but she thought of wealthy, seriously wealthy men, and how often they ended up on the society pages with some snazzy woman or man on their arm. She started back, scanning for photos, names of women he escorted. He had a partner, a female partner, not a 20 or 30-year-old, according to Dorian, but older. Maybe he mixed business with pleasure, or had at one time. He had to meet her somewhere, build a relationship, cement trust. Her eyes burned, begged to shut down for just a few minutes. The back of her neck felt like wires hummed and twisted under the skin. She'd need a booster before much longer, she admitted, and she hated them. She scanned through photos and quick write-ups. Devereaux in tuxes, beautiful women in glamorous gowns, slick suits, sleek cocktail dresses, blondes, brunettes, redheads, curvy or stick-thin, but with common denominators, young and stunning. But nothing and no one clicked, not with the socialites, the heiresses, the celebrities, and high-dollar models. When her eyes blurred, she rubbed them clear, thought about more coffee. Wasting time, she decided, and with her focus fading, nearly missed it. The photo was more than 25 years old, a glossy report from the Met Gala. Devereaux, his hair lush and gold, had his arm around the waist of a statuesque woman in a figure-hugging red gown cut low to showcase impressive breasts and an equally impressive waterfall of diamonds and rubies. Her pale, almost silvery blonde fall of hair rained down to her shoulders, and a sparkling pin swept it up behind one ear. A ruby pin in the shape of a swan. Iris Beatty, Eve read, flaunts her past as the notorious madam of Red Swan with a diamond and ruby hair clip. Will she rub elbows with clients enjoying the rarefied air of the Met Gala? Discreet as ever, Ms. Beatty won't name names even now that sex workers are licensed and legal. Iris Beatty, Eve ordered, official ID and data on screen. As she studied the older, still beautiful face, the ice-cold eyes, Eve saw a predator. She pushed up, dragged her hand through her hair, pacing now as she read the background. Holy shit. I've got you. Ignoring the running footsteps, she continued to read. Red Swan, Calendar said triumphantly. Iris Beatty. Well, hell! Blowing out a breath, Calendar looked at the image on screen. We've way underestimated your E-skills. Cop skills, no real E about it. I found a photo of her with Devereaux, and she had a damn red swan pin in her hair. Ballsy. How did you find her? She wrote a damn book. Can you check that? Flight of the Red Swan. It popped in one of my runs. High-class escort service back in the 20s. She had a good long run finding dates at a few thousand a bang for people who could afford it. According to the summary I read, the book's full of juice, but she's all coy about saying who bought who and like that.
She wrote it after sex work was legalized, regulated. And I connected her to Devereaux. Old friends, right? Maybe more. And he helped finance her legal LC business. Is that still running? No, she sold out and retired. I'll buy sold out. Legal, regulated, monitored, the paperwork, the license fees, taxes, cuts into the profit. And I'm betting some of those earlier clients paid steep to keep her, what did you call it? Coy. But she didn't retire, just changed direction. I hear that. The address on her official data? Some farm she supposedly retired to in France? Bogus. And her financial data, what I skimmed, looks hinky to me. Hinky how? Seems like she'd have more. Plus, no credit transactions. Zippo. All cash. And what goes out comes in. Almost to the dollar. Or euro, whatever. Another front. We can dig into that. She's in New York, and gonna have that more. Lots of more. We'll dig and we'll find it. But first, we find her. She checked the time again and found the hour up. Set up facial ID, will you? Maybe we pop out another ID. Wait, she said, even as Calendar moved to the comp. Try Swan. It has meaning for her. Start with Iris Swan and look in France, too. As Calendar got started, Eve turned to the door and Peabody. The others are wrapping up, Peabody said. I've got 5 more, Dallas, over 90% probability. On the board. Ex-cops, ex-military, at least these 5. Peabody began to put them up. I'm seeing they recruit the ex-cops as scouts, the military as guards and security. So far, anyway. 2 female and 1 male as guards, I think. 1 female and 1 male scout. Peabody glanced back. What digging I did into Red Swan, I get a mobile consulting firm. Pretty small change. A couple more surfaced. A dance company in Wisconsin and looks legit. A company called Signe Rouge in Provence, France. France, Eve repeated. Yeah, it's, videography. It's gonna connect. Peabody paused. It is? Any more? A defunct escort service way back. Out of business for close to a decade. Depends on your definition. She ran it, Eve said, and ordered Iris Beatty's ID back on screen. Is that? I'm betting that's Auntie. Iris Beatty. A.K.A. Iris Swan, Calendar announced. French ID. And check her data, Eve noted. Same address as the videography front. Are we going to France? Ignoring Peabody, Eve studied the side-by-sides Calendar put on screen. Changed her hair for Swan. Deeper, longer, but not much else. Vain. She likes her face. And she's not in France. She's here in New York. I know you now, Eve thought. We'll add informing the authorities over there, she added. They'll want to hit that location. You want to funnel girls in Europe, it's handy to have a location in Europe. And she'd spot check on that. Zip on over, make sure it's all running smooth. But she lives in New York. This location is the main hub. I need the data on the damn building. Peabody, get me whatever they've got. We've got a full briefing in 90 minutes. Who are we briefing? Every damn body. Go! Eve swung back to the board. Yeah, I think she hit with these. Calendar, let's start financial runs. Maxine Pryor first. Look for the shady, a secondary account, any... She broke off as she heard people coming. Hold that for now. She started to complain when they came in, but she caught the gleam in Feeney's eyes. Me first, she said, since Beatty was already on screen. Iris Beatty, former sex worker, former owner and proprietor of Red Swan, a defunct escort service, and companion to Jonah Devereaux. You can call her Auntie. Good work, Calendar. She lifted her shoulders at Feeney. Looks like Dallas and I hit with her at the same time. Different angles, same target. She also has ID, French ID under the name Iris Swan, and an address under each name in France, one bogus, the other claiming to be a videography business. Another front. Feeney hit the AC for coffee. Most likely either another training location or a holding station for shipping the girls. Meanwhile, Peabody's ID'd 7 employees of the Red Swan in New York, which claims to be a mobile consulting firm. No physical address. Handy. Your turn. Devereaux's got a legit shit pile of money, holdings, investments, Feeney began. RDS is a private company. He's the sole owner, and he rakes it in. Doesn't seem like he'd need the 2 shadow accounts we dug up. Had to dig deep, Feeney added. Guy's no dumbass there, so it took a while. And your find, he pointed at Roarke. He'd changed somewhere along the line, Eve noted. Rather than his dress shirt and suit pants, he wore a black tee and jeans. He's a signatory on what appears to be a business account in Switzerland. He went classic there for Signe Rouge LLC, French for Red Swan. Exactly. He has a second on Nevis under RS Productions LLC. Both currently hold over 200 million, and Iris Swan is also a signatory on both. You had her too, Eve observed. 3 times a charm. As money flows in and out, Roarke continued, these are clearly accounts set up to cover the expenses of running their business and for channeling a portion of profits. And it hooks them together on all this nice and tight. The building. I need the building. Copied to this unit. Roarke stepped over, reached around Calendar, and brought a set of blueprints on screen. These are the official ones. As you see, there's a lobby area on the main floor where customers would bring packages in for shipping, offices for clerical work, and so on. Storage area for packaging, boxes, crates, an underground garage for trucks, vans, other vehicles, the shipping area, the shipping dock. Offices on the upper floors, more storage, a conference room, employee locker room, employee break room. That's not right. Eve just shook her head. It's too much room for offices, and it's sure as hell not set up for holding abductees. I agree. Far too much wasted space, termed here as future builds and projects. Considering the purpose we all believe the structure's used for, and the deep pockets of that purpose, it occurred to me the work needed to utilize those upper floors, all really but the front, in both senses, could be done unofficially, without permits. That won't help me plan an op. No, but this should. He brought another set of blueprints on screen. The detailing, the use of space, gave her a quick flash of her time in state schools. How'd you get this? We can't use data you got by hacking Devereaux's files. Nothing we do from it will stick. Do I look like this is my first day on the job? Feeney pointed at his own face. Remember who trained you, kid. We figured what we figured, and Roarke figured there had to be prints somewhere. Even off the grid, you gotta have a plan. Roarke does a little digging, not over any line, and pulls out the architect Devereaux likes to use. He held up a finger before Eve could speak. I tagged up the PA, went to the top, called in a favor. We go back some. It took some doing, another reason we ran over some, but we got a warrant to cyber search the files, and there it is, clean. A defense attorney might squawk, but it's clean. Okay. The plans are 10 years old. They've been at this a while. The building was originally a warehouse with offices on the lower levels, Roarke told her. I have those blueprints, but suffice it to say they used the basic footprint, reconfigured to their needs. You have the rooms where they'd hold the girls. 4 floors of those small rooms and baths with a break area on each, presumably for staff. These larger areas could be training areas, classrooms. You have a single elevator on each floor. No windows. Stairs with reinforced doors and alarms. Main level, Eve picked it up. The delivery front lobby, its storage and work areas, access to the shipping dock and garage. A security hub. 1 floor up, studios, shower area, kitchen area, another security hub, classrooms. Big office at the end there, with a bathroom and an elevator. That's going to be Beatty's office. Lower floor. That's the infirmary, sick rooms, cleaning supplies, employee locker rooms. Top floor, she continued. You've got windows there. They'll be privacy screened, but windows. Big space. Living and dining areas, powder room, big kitchen, big bedroom and bath, home office, home gym, entertainment room. She lives there. Auntie's got herself a nice penthouse apartment. She slipped her hands in her pockets. Whatever fatigue she'd felt had snapped away. The tunnels. Both sets of plans had tunnels running under, old ones to be filled in according to the official ones. But they didn't do that. Where do they lead? We have that and can show you, but... McNabb, Roarke turned to him. Your find. You have to figure if they take bodies out that way, they'd want to get close to where they dispose of them. He reached out, finger touched with Peabody. Makes you sick when you think they're doing that to kids. You take the tunnel east from the elevator, then the South Fork. It's gonna come out under quiet rest. Funeral home and crematorium. Good work. Damn good all around. Eve shoved her hair back again. I need everything on the funeral home. I got it, McNabb told her. We pile that in. Studying the screen, she paced back and forth, and she could see how it could be done. Not fast, not easy, but she could see it. Okay, I've called in my detectives, Willoughby, some uniforms, Lowenbaum from SWAT, the commander, Rio. I'll pull Mira in. I see how it can work, so let's talk it through. Work out any kinks before they all get here. 20. There were kinks. A building of that size, tunnels beneath, the security, unknown number of adversaries inside. More, the unknown number of minor civilians. Then there was timing, coordinating with the authorities in France, Devereaux on Long Island, the whereabouts of scouts. As they worked it, the fatigue crept back. Anyone in this room who wants in on the op takes a departmentally approved booster, including me. Most of us have been up and at this for 24 or better. Hate that shit, Feeney muttered. Get in line. I'd say everybody take an hour down. But we don't have it, so the boost. Take 10 if you want it. Take a walk, get some air, whatever works. Peabody, sign out 6 boosters. Log everyone's name." As she spoke, Willoughby came in. "You're early." "So I get the worm. I got more on the auction. Wanted to pass it on in person since you called me in anyway." "Did you get any sleep?" "Caught a couple hours. Things are moving. 7 boosters, Peabody. We'll brief in about 10. You can address new data then." Willoughby scanned the screen, the board. "Looks like you've got plenty of new." "We have the location. We're hitting it this morning." "No shit!" Slapping her hands together, Willoughby focused on the screen. "That's the where? Is that the... That's the RDS drop-off I use. Fuck me! I've been in that place dozens of times. Now I'm pissed. Can I get in on this?" "It's why you're here." "Well, hot damn! I gotta kick somebody's ass now that I know I stood at that damn counter and there were girls... Son of a bitch!" "We'll get them out. Give me 10, Willoughby." "Yeah, sure. I gotta walk off the mad." When Willoughby left and they were alone, Eve turned to Roarke. "You can't worry about me. I'm talking about my mental and emotional state. I'm handling it, and I'm gonna keep handling it. Until it's done. I'm going to say, here, to you, that even though I know it shouldn't, my mental and emotional state need to get this done. And I'm going to say we wouldn't be here where I know we can get it done without you. I couldn't have gotten here without you. I don't only mean the E-work. I mean knowing you'd be there if I got shaky. So I'm telling you, I won't get shaky. We, every one of us, have to be on top of this. Every step of it, every contingency, every unknown, and there are too many of them. We have to, or it won't get done." He took his hands out of his pockets, where his fingers had toyed with her old gray button, and put them on her shoulders. "You're steady as they come. If I had worries about that, you put them to rest an hour ago. Still, you're so bloody tired. Hence the booster." "What the hell kind of word is hence?" He just gathered her in, rested his cheek on top of her head. "Promise me something. If, after it's done, you need to feel shaky, you'll let yourself. After it's done. And you're good with your parts in this?" "I am. I'm with you, Lieutenant, before, during, and after." "I'm going to say I love you. Then we need to break this up. I'm going to say I love you." He tipped her face up to his, kissed her. "And now we can break this up. Temporarily. Let's plan, when it's done, on getting a bunch of sleep, then having a bunch of wine, then having a bunch of sex. Sex, sleep, wine, more sex. I can agree to that." "Break," she said, and stepped back, stared at the screen. "It's going to work. I believe that. I had a change of clothes brought in for you. They're in your locker. You'll feel better if you take 10 minutes for yourself." "Probably would. Shower, change, boost." "Okay, thanks. Looks like you grabbed the first 2 of those already." "I did, so I can attest you'll feel better for doing the same. I'll be back in 10. She made a beeline for the locker room and decided if the stingy piss trickle of almost hot water in the shower felt like luxury, she'd needed it. And the fact that Roarke had provided, in his Roarke way, a black shirt and trousers, fresh boots, a thin black jacket with magic lining, told her he understood she wanted the take-no-bullshit state of mind. In under 10, she headed back to the conference room. She caught the scent from 10 feet away. Bacon, coffee, sugar. And from the sound of voices, cops who'd beat her back had dived right in. Once again, the Roarke way, she thought when she stepped in. Thermal dishes and platters huddled on the conference table. One look at the mountain of fluffy scrambled eggs told her he hadn't ordered the fake stuff from Central's eatery. Bacon, sausage, bagels, and, damn it, she recognized the sticky buns from Jacko's. She watched the E-team, along with Peabody, Willoughby, Baxter, and Trueheart, piling plates with all of it. Before she could speak, Jenkinson and Reinecke barreled in behind her. "Now this is what I call a briefing." So saying, Jenkinson zeroed in on the sticky buns. It was hard to blame him. With a smile, Roarke brought her one of her own. "I'm going to have a rescue takedown team loaded with food. Fueled," he corrected. "Make sure you eat some eggs." Since it was right there, she bit into the sticky bun. They streamed in. She gestured Lowenbaum and the two cops with him to the table, found that nicety unnecessary with Santiago, Carmichael, and the uniforms. Then Mira came in with Jamie Lingstrom, Feeney's godson, summer intern, college kid. Eve just pointed at him. "Cap asked me to come in and run the screen for the briefing," he began. "And I added to that." Mira gave Jamie's arm a pat. "He's closer in age to the victims you'll get out, and may be able to help reassure and keep them calm. You can work in here, in the van, and with Dr. Mira. You're not on the takedown. Not this time," she said when he started to object. "But you'll free up McNabb, and that's going to help. Take it." "Yes, sir." "Eat. I'm waiting for the commander, then we roll." It's not a damn party, she thought, as Jamie spotted the sticky buns and let out a whoo! These girls will feel disoriented, afraid, displaced. Now Mira laid a hand on Eve's arm. We can't know how deep the indoctrination goes for some of them, how deep the trauma. Having Jamie, and Willoughby for that matter, as she looks younger than she is, may help. It doesn't end at getting them out. I know it. You do. All of you have done good work here, and when you finish that work, mine really begins. I've called in 2 other therapists, ones I trust, to help with that. Okay, that's your end. You should get something to eat before the scavengers lick the plates. So should you. But as Eve waited by the door, itching to start, Peabody brought her a plate with a scoop of eggs, a couple slices of bacon, and the booster. It's not really good to take one on an empty stomach. Right. She didn't think she needed one, not when she felt revved again, but she'd given the order to include herself. She funneled in a couple bites of eggs, definitely not from the eatery, then popped the booster with the coffee Peabody handed her. They're already getting the gist, Peabody told her. Feeney's giving Jamie the basics so he can handle the screen. And Willoughby made Trueheart blush, twice. Christ. No, I think it's a good thing. She's gonna be part of the op, an important part. It's good to make connections. We hauled in more chairs. Not sure if it's enough. It's fine. Not everybody's gonna want to sit.
And finally she saw Whitney striding toward the conference room, with long, lean, lanky Chief Tibble beside him. Training put her at attention. "Chief, Commander." "Lieutenant." Tibble scanned the room. "A breakfast buffet. Excellent idea," he added, as Eve braced to take the heat. "I've spent the last 2 hours in holo briefings with the French, and the commander's done the same on the domestic front regarding the scouting suspects. I could go for one of the cinnamon rolls and some coffee. What about you, Jack? As long as my wife never hears about it." "We'll take a seat, Lieutenant. You can begin when you're ready." She was beyond ready, but gave it another 2 minutes, waiting until the brass took seats before she walked to the center of the room. "Stuff it in, stand or sit. Jamie, on screen." Feet moved, chairs scraped. Roarke stood in the back, as she'd figured he would. Lowenbaum stood beside him. A scatter of others did the same, coffee mugs in hand. "I'm not going to spend a lot of time on background. Some of you have been in on this investigation since the beginning. The rest of you are cops, and if you don't know how to keep your ears and eyes open, you shouldn't be. We'll start with Mina Cabot. Jamie, let's go." She ran through the basics, and had to admit, with next to no prep, Jamie kept up with her. She answered questions when they came, added details when warranted, and built the framework, as she saw it, of the child trafficking organization. "We've identified minor females abducted from New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Maryland, Virginia." As she reeled them off, Jamie put their photos on screen. "Our investigation indicates they're chosen and abducted by scouts paid through the Red Swan Front. Detective Peabody has compiled a priority list of suspects. Detective?" "Cecil Dodgett," Peabody said as she got to her feet. "That fucking guy." Eve zeroed in on Officer Carmichael. In all the years she'd known him, she'd never seen hot rage in his eyes or heard him speak in that tone. "Sir," he said immediately, "apologies." "You know that fucking guy?" Eve countered. We had an incident once." "Elaborate." "Sir, he was a cop in Baltimore." "Correct. It was a long time ago. I was 12. My parents took me and my little sister, my baby brother, into Baltimore to visit my grandma. My mother's mother. My mother, her mother, and my mother's sister went out shopping and to a baby shower for a friend. So my dad took us, the kids, out for ice cream that night, and on the way back we get pulled over. Traffic stop? No, sir. Though that man there used that as an excuse. He came up to my dad's window, put his gun in his face, ordered him out of the car. My sister's screaming, the baby's crying, and I watched him drag my father out of the car, slam him against the hood so hard it busted his lip, had his nose bleeding. Did Dodgett have a partner or trainee with him? No, sir. He said how the car was stolen. My dad's telling us to stay still, stay in the car. He's saying it's his car, and he has the registration in the car, got his driver's license in his wallet. He's begging the cop not to hurt his kids. Dodgett there, he leaned down low, and I don't know what he said to my dad, but I saw the fear in Dad's eyes. Fear for us. The room had gone so quiet, Eve could hear Carmichael breathing. People started gathering, calling out, recording it. He cuffed Dad, put him face down on the ground, and leaned in the car. I thought he was going to shoot me. but he just stared while he got the registration out where Dad told him it was. Took his time with it, checked it against the driver's license. Officer Carmichael cleared his throat. I believe, always have. If people hadn't been watching, recording, he'd have done a lot worse. But he took the cuffs off. He told my father how he got lucky, this time. Then he walked back to his car and drove off. My father's face was bleeding where he got slammed against the hood. His hands shook. Some of those people came up, asked if he was okay, could they help? But he said he just needed to get his babies home. I know that face on screen, and I know that name. I've never forgotten it. Did your father report the incident? I don't know if he would have, but someone who recorded it posted it all online. And the next day, cops came to my grandmother's, talked to him, to me too, and my sister. The baby was too young for that. I found out later because I checked. He got suspended for it, and it wasn't the first time he'd done something like that. So I know that face. He should have been fired and brought up on charges. It's a mark on every cop that he wasn't, right then and there. Justice can move way too slow, and sometimes the system that drives it breaks down. Not this time, officer. This time, we're going to put Dodgett exactly where he belongs. Yes, sir. I trust we will. Peabody, pick it up. Angela Dolinsky. From the scouts, she moved to the suspected guards. Eve took over with Iris Beatty/Swan, then Jonah Devereaux. Those are the known suspects, and their place on this wheel. We have several locations, and all will be covered either by the NYPSD or the proper authorities. Our main target is the building where the abductees are held. Secondary are the residences of suspects in New York, the funeral home, and Devereaux's Long Island estate. Main target's blueprints, Jamie. The building has 7 floors, including the basement area, and has access to tunnels. Lieutenant Lowenbaum, I leave it to you where to best position your men, but I need all exits covered, including exterior tunnel exits. We'll work that out, he assured her. The E-team will give us the eyes and ears we need, cut communications, shut down the elevators, including the private one to the top floor and Beatty's residence. We'll have both air and water support. I'm gonna cut in for a minute. Feeney pushed to his feet. We worked out a little something that'll do better than the blueprints. Just a portable deal, but... He took out a remote, aimed it at the center of the room. A hollow, a 360 of the blueprints, shimmered on. I can turn it. It'll be a little clunky. Nice. Eve circled it, stepped back into what would be the Hudson, nodded. Yeah, nice. Okay, yeah, eyes front. Here's how we take this target down. And priority is the safe recovery and rescue of all abductees. She went over every step, every move, adjusted when someone posited an alternative that seemed more solid. She had Feeney speak to the timing and responsibilities of the E-team, then asked Whitney and Tibble to outline the plans for locations outside of New York. Then she shifted to other New York locations, assigned teams. We'll have transportation for the abductees, and Dr. Mira will supervise that. We have a conference room where they'll wait. They must be interviewed, and Willoughby and SVU will handle much of that, along with Dr. Mira and other therapists.
Once identified, evaluated, and interviewed, those who have families or guardians can be released into their care. The others will process through child services. She scanned the room, confident she'd chosen the best, the brightest, and the most dedicated. Vests all around. Takedown teams, battering ram. Tunnel team, night vision, masks, canisters. Rescue teams, count heads after we've got that count and get them all out into their transport. Questions? Not anymore, she thought. Each and every one knew their job. Gear up. Transpo on garage level 1, all teams, all locations. We move out in 20. She walked over to Officer Carmichael. After this is done, we clean it up. I'll have Dodgett transferred here, but it could take some time. If you want a couple days' leave to go down to Baltimore, I'll clear it. Appreciate that, Lieutenant. I don't need to see him. This is enough. Son of a bitch made me a cop. No, you did. He might have turned you in that direction, because that's who you are. Somebody else, and it's hard to toss blame, might have said, fuck them all. You've done credit to your uniform every day I've known you. That's you, officer. Thank you. Thank you for that. After Carmichael left, Lowenbaum moved to her. Just give me 5 minutes to go over our placement with you. All locations. She locked it in with him, then turned to her commander and the chief. Are you going to observe the operation of the primary target? We'll be here, coordinating the transfer of prisoners, victims, Whitney told her, and coordinating with the outside locations and their operations. You have the command, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. Sir, Detective Yancey will be with Dorian Gregg this morning, working with her on sketches. I'd like him to bring her here when we have Beatty. I'd like her to confirm ID on her and anyone else she recognizes. Has Mira cleared this? She has. She believes it will help the minor female, sir. And Rio believes it will only help nail down the legal case. We'll set her up in an observation area when it's time, with a child advocate. Yes, sir. Get the children out, Lieutenant, Tybalt told her, and let's nail the sons of bitches who profited from them to the wall. That's the plan. She headed out, crossed paths with Peabody, who handed her a vest and her earbud. I'm so ready for this. Eve gave her a hard study as they walked to the elevators. How much booster did you take? Just the one. It's all I needed. I want to crush them. I want them to squeal and beg for mercy when I do. That's not very free-ager of you. Peabody snorted. I'll light some candles and meditate to rebalance later. Crush now. Do you actually do that? Light candles and stuff? Bet your skinny ass. Sorry. She sent Eve a wild-eyed, appalled look. I'm revved up. I'll let it go. This time. Revved, she repeated. Pissed. And cold. Ice cold. So don't worry about me not handling it. I do light candles and stuff. It balances out everything we see and do. That, and hot jungle sex with McNabb keep me level. When Eve's eye twitched, Peabody grinned. I figured it was a good time to get away with that one. It's never a good time. But since I need you at 100%, I'll put my boot up your ass later. Always something to look forward to. And when Eve shoved off the elevator to avoid a crush of cops, Peabody trotted after her. On the glide, she pulled out her link. "I've got to balance things," she said, and tagged Nadine. "Dallas," Nadine began. "Listen, don't talk. Here's what you can do, what you can't. I'm going to give you an address. Get there, bring a camera. No live feed. No live feed," she repeated. "Stay across the street. Do not cross to the location. Do not attempt to speak to anyone. Do not release the feed until I say. If you follow all those very specific instructions, I'll clear you to come into Central, do a few select interviews. You found them. You're going in. I've told you all I'm telling you at this time." She paused a moment. "You helped find a victim, and she's safe. You get this." She read off the address. She clicked off, and when she hit the stairs to the garage level, nodded to herself. Better than candles. That's good. That's good and smart. Feels like it. Let's be good and smart now. She put on her vest as they crossed to the assembled team. "Check comms," she ordered as she fit in her earbud. "Get it done. Take it down. Bring them home." She climbed in the back of her assigned van, counted heads as her team followed. Peabody, Roarke, McNabb, Feeney, and Jamie. Officers Shelby, Dubach, and Marshall. We're set. Move out. Detectives Carmichael and Santiago's team to the crematorium. Uniform teams dispatched to suspects' residences. Jenkinson and Reinecke with theirs on the tunnels. She checked in with Whitney for status on outside locations, then with the commands on water and air support. "Approaching our mark," Feeney told her. Just a normal day for most, Eve thought. Just a muggy morning in the city. Traffic snarling, air blimps blasting, people on their way to work, grabbing cart coffee, tourists gawking and hitting up the early sidewalk vendors for caps, t-shirts, knockoff designer bags. Busy, noisy, impatient, and full of life. And inside one building, one she saw on screen now, that life filled with fear and misery, with greed and viciousness. Time to end it. "Numbers," Eve said. "Scanning now." As he'd been briefed, Jamie started with the tunnels. "I've got 2. In a vehicle due to speed of movement and position." When he gave her direction and location, she relayed to the street patrol. "Pick them up, shut down any communications, search and confiscate vehicle." "Basement level," Jamie continued. 4. 3 standing, the 4th supine. Elevated. That's the infirmary. 1 leaving area, moving up. Elevator, bypassing main level. 5 heat sources, front main level. 3 standing, 2 sitting. Rear main level, we got 4 more. With the blueprints layered over the screen, Eve identified the delivery front, the back offices, the shipping dock, and as Jamie scanned up, the kitchen area, the dining area for that level, what would be bedrooms, the studio. She ran the count in her head as he worked. That's 172 heat sources. No way to confirm how many are prisoners. "Calendar, you copy?" "Affirmative," she said in Eve's ear. "Take a walk." "Copy that." On the next screen, Eve watched Calendar stroll along the sidewalk with the shipping box under her arm. When she went inside the building,
Eve monitored her heat source on the first screen. Moving to the counter. Just sending off a package, one they'd scanned. SOP. Seconds later, she heard Calendar's voice, not just through her earbud, but through the monitor's audio. "Gonna be a hot one." "Loud and clear," Eve said, as the clerk chatted back. "Counterbug activated." "Check it," Calendar said cheerfully, as her heat source moved back to the main door. "Cha!" "Activate package ears." "Activating now. 2 females at the counter, 1 male moving in and out the back." Roarke. "Yes, it's coming right along here. I should have the comms down in about 2 minutes, the front and rear cams as well. And McNabb's working on a bit of a bonus." "What bonus?" "Getting a hack into their interior cam system." "Just the cams," McNabb told her. "I should be able to bounce it back to us. Can't finish until the comms are shut, or it's gonna show. I'm pretty damn close." "Can you hit simultaneous?" "Should." "Feeney, if this works, I want you and Jamie to feed us as much as you can. Kids priority. Numbers, locations, proximity to suspects." "We're on it." "I'm in," Roarke told her. "When you're ready." "Central Command and all teams, comms going down in 5, she pointed at Roarke. 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. "Hack complete. Take it, Cap." "We're go. All teams, all locations. We're go." 21. She jumped out the back with Peabody, McNabb, and the uniforms behind her. "Talk to me," she demanded as they headed toward the front. "Baxter's team moving in the rear," Roarke told her. "Water side of tunnels blocked. Jenkinson's team moving into tunnels. No activity in the tunnels but yours at this time." Jamie added, "You've got 22 kids on the first level, Dallas. 2 in that studio, in a bed. 3 of the fuckers in there with them. The others sitting in some kind of classroom. 2 adults in there, 2 others in the hall. Keep it coming. We're going in." Pedestrians scattered when she drew her weapon, and ignoring them, she went through the door. "Hands up! All hands in the air! NYPSD! I'll drop you!" she warned the man who started to slide a hand in his pocket. She heard the commotion in the back and the pounding of cop feet as more uniforms rushed in. "Restrain, remove, secure," she ordered. "Moving up," she added, and ran for the stairs. "Rourke's working on deactivating interior locks," McNabb called from behind her. "It's not all one system, but—" She took a quick look at the one on the stairway door, stepped back. "Take it down, officer." Dubach stepped up with the battering ram. It took 2 solid hits, then she was through. "Peel off," she ordered, then stunned the suited man whirling toward her with a weapon. Cops scattered in assigned directions. Kitchen area, classrooms, to the next level. Through the shouts, the rush of feet, the whine of discharged weapons, reports from other locations sounded in her ear. With Shelby, she pounded her way toward the studio. Screams ripped out behind her, and she heard something big and breakable crash in the kitchen area. Then the hard snap of shock sticks, the low hum of stunners. She took the studio door down, standard lock, with a flying kick. She registered the 2 minors in a bed, 2 adult males, 1 adult female. "Move, I put you down. Take the girls, Shelby." "We're the police," Shelby said as she moved toward the bed. "You're okay now." "On your knees, now," Eve snapped. "Hands behind your head." The woman with the shock stick in hand flicked it toward Eve,
then jittered and fell when the stun hit her mid-body. The videographer swung the camera and tripod at her while the other charged. To avoid the blow, she dropped into a crouch, fired up. As the camera flew across the room and he toppled, she pushed up to deliver a kick to the next. He went down before she gained her feet. She glanced back at Shelby and the weapon in her hand. Thanks. Good reflexes. Rescue and containment, first-level studio, she ordered. 2 minor females, 3 suspects. Suspects are down. Stay with the girls, officer, until rescue takes them. Lieutenant, don't leave them, Eve ordered, as the 2 girls clung to each other and wept. We cleared this floor, then move up. She ran out, sweeping her weapon, separating the voices in her ear. Tunnels secured, main level secured. Willoughby's team in action on the 2nd level, Baxter's team responding there from the sounds in her ear. Kid screams and wailing. Cop shouts. She found Peabody with 2 suspects down and restrained, and Officer Marshall trying to deal with the panicked girls. She saw the look of pain on Peabody's face. Are you hit? Shock stick. Just a graze. Hurts like hell, but I'm good. Listen up! She shouted it, and most of the wailing eased off. We're the police. We're the good guys. You're safe now, and we're gonna get you out. Rescue's heading up, sir, Marshall told her. Hold here until. Shelby's got 2 more girls in the studio and 3 suspects down. Peabody, with me. We clear the floor. You can't leave us! You can't leave us! One of the girls screamed. I want my mom! We're not leaving you, Peabody said in her Peabody way. Nobody's gonna hurt you anymore, and we're going to get you to your mom. Fuck it, Eve thought. Stay with Marshall until rescue gets them out. Dallas, stay! She cleared as she went. Empty rooms, hardly more than cells, locked storage areas holding shock sticks, collars, batons, stunners. A lot of weaponry, she thought, against a bunch of kids. She came to another locked door, a double set. High probability, she remembered, for Auntie's office. Roarke, do you read? I do. I'm at Beatty's office door. Can you deactivate the lock? No access at this time to a RAM, and it's secured like the stair doors. Not anymore, it's not. Oh, okay then. Stand by. She pushed in, swept. Efficient luxury, she decided. Fancy desk, high-end D&C, cushy furnishings, private bathroom, she recalled from the blueprints. And with the office door shut behind her, she heard nothing from outside the room. EDD, give me a read on heat sources, my location. Just you, LT, Jamie told her. Read on top floor. 1. There you are, she murmured. Willoughby, 2nd level. We're clear. I have an injured officer, 26 girls, 13 motherfuckers. Baxter's team on assist, and now moving up to the next level to assist McNabb's team. 1st floor clear and secured. Heading up. Jamie, monitor that heat source. I want to know where she moves if she moves. On the 2nd floor, she found rescue escorting girls out. Weeping girls. Silent ones with glazed eyes. Dallas. Willoughby swiped a hand over her forehead. Permission to bring in 2 more from SVU. We've got a lot of Vics here. Granted. The injured officer? She took a baton hit to the arm. Looks broken. Medical's on the way. I'm moving up.
She held up a finger as Jenkinson spoke in her ear. "Copy that. Have medical take her. Call for removal of the suspects." "Infirmary levels clear," she told Willoughby. "We got the doctor, another so-called medical, and an unconscious girl strapped to the damn table. Brought her in this morning. That vehicle driving out of the tunnels." "Did we get them?" "We got them. I'm heading up," she said again. On the next level, she took out a fleeing woman with a bare-knuckled fist to the face. Stopped short of doing the same when she realized the one charging her was maybe 12. "Hey, hey!" Eve blocked the punch. "I'm a cop. I'm here to get you out." "Fuck the fucking cops!" Eve dodged the kick, pivoted, and wrapped her arms around the girl from behind. "Stop! Stop now!" "I'll kill you! Knock it off!" "Jesus Christ, Trueheart," she said when he, mouth bleeding, ran her way. "Sorry, Lieutenant. Some of the kids scattered. They're scared." "I get that, but—" "I said knock it off!" Eve snapped when the kid tried to kick Trueheart. "We're the NYPS fucking D, and we're getting you the hell out of here. There are a lot of girls in here these bastards snatched and hurt, and we're going to help them. If you run when I let you go, you're on your own." "I've been on my own my whole life." "Yeah, sad story." She nearly sighed with relief when a rescue team came through the stairwell door. "You can go with them, help us put the fuckers who did this to you and all the others in cages, or you can take off and help them keep doing it." "Screw them! Screw you and everybody else!" "Okay then." Eve released her. "Go." The girl rounded on Eve. "Lottie," Eve said. "Lottie Krug." "How the hell do you know?" "I don't know where the hell I am, and screw you! I'm not leaving Carrie." "Who's Carrie?" The girl's eyes went to molten slits. "Trainee 282, she snarled it. "They took her down for vids, the fucking pervs, and—" "Describe her." "She's a white girl, long blonde hair and—" "Blue eyes, maybe 100 pounds? Carrie Wheeler." Another face on her board, Eve thought. We got her out, her and the girl they had with her. The 3 assholes who held them in there are currently in lockup. "Maybe you're lying." "Not everybody lies," Trueheart said, and the girl snorted. "What planet are you from?" Eve watched Baxter and 2 officers lead a group of girls their way. "Check with Dr. Mira," Eve told the rescue team. "Have her locate Carrie so Lottie can see for herself." "If you're lying, I'll find you, and I'll make you pay." "Well, that terrifies me." "Is this level clear?" she asked Baxter. "That's affirmative." Heading up, she released the girl. "Don't be stupid. Baxter, Trueheart, with me." She started up. "Jamie, status on top floor." "She's moving around. Just started to. I think she was eating breakfast or something before." "I'm going up. Help clear the next levels," she told Baxter. "I'm taking the top." "Want backup?" Baxter asked her. "I like my odds on the 1-to-1. She jogged up the stairs, level by level. 58 girls secured so far, came the report in her ear. Another 12 in the process. 86 suspects in custody. "Roarke, do some magic on her door." "Jamie, where is she?" "The bathroom." I think she, relieved herself. Looks like she's washing her hands." "Too bad. Lowers the possibility she pisses herself when I take her." "I'm at the door." "It's got an alarm. Taking it down." "Hold there." Come on," she whispered, bouncing on her toes. "She's in the bedroom, Dallas," Jamie told her. And the lock's down. Mind my cop. You bet. Eve pushed in as Beatty stepped out of the bedroom doorway. Hi, Auntie. Hands up, turn and face the wall. Well, shit, she said when Beatty leaped back, slammed the door. Eve heard the sharp click of the lock. Yeah, that'll make a difference. She stepped up, kicked it open, whirled away, and wasn't a bit surprised to hear the stunner stream hit the wall behind her. It's a cliché, but needs to be said. The place is surrounded. You've got nowhere to go, so, come out with your hands up. Come and get me! Dallas, Lowenbaum, we burn through the privacy screens and have a clear shot of the subject on the top floor. Want us to take it? And spoil my fun? Just hold. She dived, facing the opening, sweeping streams as the return fire hit over her head. The gasp of pain brought huge satisfaction. Beatty had dropped to her knees, her right arm shaking where the stream had grazed her. Her stunner lay on the floor. Go ahead. Try for it. It won't be a glancing hit this time. I know who you are, bitch! Yeah? I know who you are. Move another inch toward it, we'll be carting your unconscious ass out of here. You're done. Get it? The girls are out. Your perverted staff is in custody. Now, down on your face, hands behind your back. I don't take orders. I give them. With that, she lunged up, charged. Eve had a split second to decide, but since she already had, it didn't take that long. She lowered the weapon in her right hand and led with her left. One jab in the face. That's for Mina Cabot. Beatty's head snapped back. Her eyes went glassy for an instant. Then she snarled, grabbed for Eve's weapon with one hand, tried a right cross with the other. Blocking most of it, a couple of knuckles on the chin got through. Eve stomped her boot on Beatty's designer heel. That can be for Dorian Gregg. And this? The uppercut had Beatty's eyes rolling back white. For all the others. She stepped over to put her boot on the dropped stunner. Breathed out, breathed clear, as she studied the woman sprawled at her feet. Subject is down. Her weapon swung back up when she caught movement in the doorway, then lowered with a shake of her head when she saw Roarke. Nearly took a stream, pal. I trust your reflexes. I wasn't needed in the van, so I thought to see what you were up to. He tapped his chin. Caught you a bit, did she? Caught her more. So I see. The rest of the teams are a bit busy at the moment. One of the guards got to a weapons lockup before it could be secured. He held up a hand. Under control, or I wouldn't have simply continued up. Injuries? I can't tell you, but Peabody indicated all minor on your side. Mira's already cleared about 20 of the girls medically, so they can be taken into Central. Feeney's already having at the electronics. When do you want to leave? She crouched, secured Beatty's hands behind her back. Now's good. Or as soon as I get the clear from all teams and somebody comes up and hauls this one out of here. Here comes Peabody. Eve turned to the door as her partner, one eye swollen, rushed to the door. We're clear. Got the last of the girls out. Bad guys in custody, already transported or secured and awaiting same. Good. Who punched you in the eye? Elbow jab. Jenkinson took a double stream to the chest. Even with the vest, it knocked him on his ass. He is pissed, but we kicked their ass a lot harder. We kicked their ass.
Start processing those kicked asses and get some muscular uniforms up here to haul her out. She's no lightweight. You're going? You sure you don't want me to go with? Need you at Central. Long Island team? She said into her comm. We're a go in 5, she said when Roarke held up 5 fingers. Then she pointed at the stunner on the floor. Make sure that gets bagged and taken in, Peabody. Good work. And put an ice pack on the eye. You've got a bruise on your jaw. Shit. She rubbed at it. Well, all in a daze. She hated this part, but knew the timing mattered too much to indulge herself. When she reached the roof, she took one look at the waiting jet copter and sucked it up. She got in, strapped in as the others, Feeney, McNabb, Lowenbaum, and 2 of his men, along with 2 uniforms, did the same. Roarke took the pilot's chair while she took out her link and notified the Long Island PSD currently watching the estate that they were on their way. A lot of manpower, she thought, because she wanted to think of anything but the sound of the damn flying machine roaring to life for one rich middle-aged pervert, but they didn't know how many they'd come up against. The copter lifted off the roof, then shot like a bullet from a gun over the city. She sucked it up harder and turned to Feeney. You're sure you can do this from the air? Got a few extra toys. He flicked a glance at Roarke, but didn't elaborate on those specifics. We get close enough, we'll jam up their alarms, their cams, their comms. Somebody's gonna notice that. Yeah, they are, so you're gonna have to move fast. We can and will neutralize any targets outside, Lowenbaum said when she shifted to him. It's what we do, Dallas. In theory, she thought, all she, the uniforms, McNabb, if Feeney didn't need him, had to do was get inside, take down any guards posted in the house, get to Devereaux, and arrest his ass. It remained a possibility, one she considered a likelihood. He had innocent civilians inside. Maybe it was just a business to him, but wouldn't he want some of the fringe benefits? On approach, Feeney. We're ready. Eve sucked up more and looked. She saw the estate, the high white walls framing it, the green lawns, the gardens where everything lined up like soldiers, the sparkling blue waters of a swimming pool, and the glass-walled house beside it. She saw the greener-than-green 9-hole golf course, a small orchard, a gatehouse, another 2 outbuildings, the frigging jet-copter pad. And the main house, as white as the walls that separated it from the world. Some stone terraces spread on the top 3 levels with wide stone steps leading up or down, all graced by lavish urns of flowers or dwarf trees. Tall windows shined like diamonds. Going silent, Roarke said, and Eve resisted the desperate need to close her eyes. The roar snapped off. How could she know how much she'd miss it? And though she braced for the crash, the copter glided, as Roarke had assured it could and would, over the sparkling blue water, the greener-than-green. You've got your window, Feeney. And we're going through it. Jamming now. Alarms down. Touchdown in 10. Cams down. In 5. Comms down. This baby is sweet. They didn't land on the pad like a feather, but neither did they experience the bone-jolting shock she'd expected. Rather than bless her luck, she shoved out. Get the gates open for backup from the locals." "Smooth ride," Lowenbaum said as he jumped out after. Then he was all business as he and his men fanned out. Like the bone jolt, she'd expected a flood of quick-responding opposition, but she covered the ground nearly halfway to target before she saw a single male step from an outbuilding. He looked annoyed, then spotted her. Even as he drew his weapon, the stun struck, took him down. "McNabb, heat sources, interior. How many and where?" "2 in the kitchen area, 2 in the smaller dining room, 1 sitting, 1 in the entrance hall, all main level, 2 on the 2nd floor, none on the 3rd. Cap's taking it from here. I'm moving out." She paused, backtracked, and with the floor plan in her head, angled toward what had to be the window of the smaller of 2 dining rooms. Son of a bitch is having breakfast. A woman with him, standing. She's wearing a collar and not much else. "McNabb, use the outside steps. Take the 2nd floor with the officers. Secure it." She glanced over as Roarke stepped up beside her. "We've got the entrance and dining. Lowenbaum?" "Only 2, both in the gatehouse. Secured." "Take the kitchen. Nobody moves in until my go." "Copy that." "Side door down there." She gestured. "Can Feeney lift the locks? I want to move on him before they bust the others down." "Easier for me, manually." "Then let's do that." Inside, enjoying his steak and eggs and coffee, Devereaux smiled at Luna. "You did very well last night. So well, I had the need for good, rare red meat." "Thank you, master." "I believe I'll find several years of enjoyment in you before I sell you off." He ran a hand up her inner thigh. "You put me in a celebratory mood. I'm going to host a small party tonight with a few intimate friends. I have no doubt they'll enjoy you as much as I do." He skimmed those fingers over her center. "Does that please you, Luna? Does it excite you?" She stared straight ahead as he fondled her. "What pleases you pleases me." "Enthusiasm!" he snapped. She looked down at him, into his eyes. She smiled, rocked her hips. "Better. Tonight, it's going to please me to have you laid out on this very table. A tasty entree. It will please me to fuck you while my guests watch. Then it will please me to watch while they do whatever they want to you. Use you. Abuse you." He pinched her thigh, hard enough to mark it, then went back to his breakfast. "Oh, not too much. Just enough. You'll be a delicious centerpiece we can devour. 1 in your cunt, 1 in your ass, 1 in your mouth. I need to see your full potential while you entertain me and my guests." "My potential?" "That's right. It's time I have my monthly parties again. You'll be the star." His eyes went hard when she said nothing. "I expect gratitude for giving you this privilege, for making you a showpiece." "Gratitude," she repeated. "Yes, gratitude. For that and this." He cut a small piece of steak, tossed it to the floor. "Eat it. Get down on your hands and knees and eat it so you remember what you are. My dog." Her chin dropped to her chest. A dog. She'd had a dog once, and loved him so. She'd been a girl once. She'd been free once.
Her heart wept and wept. She started to lower to her hands and knees, and he laughed. "Good doggy." Then her hand was on the knife, and the knife plunged into his throat even as her collar ripped pain through her. She screamed against the pain, against the years of fear and humiliation. She stabbed again. "Move in, Dallas," Feeney shouted. "Dining room, heat sources, one fading. Entrance subject on the run in that direction." "Move in," Eve ordered, and leaped through the door when Roarke dropped the locks. Beyond the expansive foyer with its golden sand tiles and towering ceilings, a wide staircase swept. From beyond that came the screams. Eve shifted her attention right, left, up, as she rushed across the tiles into plush, empty rooms washed in sunlight. As she did, the screams stopped. She heard a voice, female, in a tone of quiet pleading as she kept moving forward, then angled left, and through a doorway into a dining room that smelled of coffee and blood. The man who had been Jonah Devereaux slumped in the high-backed chair, his mouth open in stunned surprise, his eyes fixed and staring as blood poured from the wounds in his throat, his chest, shoulders. A woman in a white thong and bra, a thin transparent robe, and thick black collar stood over him. Blood splattered her and dripped from the knife she gripped. She bared her teeth at Eve and raised the knife high as if to strike again. "You need to drop the knife. We're the police." Eve didn't shout it, but kept her eyes fixed on the woman's. "We're here to help you." "Don't hurt her! Please don't hurt her!" Eve lifted a hand toward a second woman, one in a black skin suit and collar. "We're not here to hurt her. You need to stay back." "Please, you don't understand." "Roarke." "We understand very well." Roarke moved to the second woman. "Put the knife down," Eve repeated, "and step away from him." "I killed him." Had her eyes looked like that, Eve wondered, when she'd crouched over the body of Richard Troy? When she gripped the bloody knife she'd plunged into him again and again? "Put the knife down," she said yet again. "We need to get that collar off you." And she lowered her weapon. "No one's going to hurt you." "Back off," she ordered, as one of her uniforms moved into another doorway. "Everyone, back off." "I won't go back. I won't." Now the woman brought the knife to her own throat. "Death is better." "Stop. Look at me." "Give me your name." "What's your name?" "They took it when they took me." "Take it back." "What's your name?" My name is Amara," she said as her eyes filled. "I am Amara Garbi. I was. I am. I was." "If you use that knife on yourself, Amara, he wins. They took you from your home, from your family. Do you have a family, Amara?" "I did. In the before. But we're going to help get you back. To your home. To your family." "I killed him. I gave him death." "They stole your life," Eve said, as she cautiously moved forward. "Let us help you take it back, Amara." He said he would have a party, and his guests would do what they wished to me. It's an initiation." The other woman stood shivering and weeping as Roarke deactivated her collar. "He did the same to me when they first brought me here. I'm glad he's dead. Glad he's dead. I wish I'd had the courage." "It's over now. This part's over now, Eve corrected, because it was never really over. You stopped him, so this part's over. Give me the knife, Amara, and let us help you get through the rest. You have to trust me. Please. She lifted her left hand, closed it over Amara's on the handle of the knife. She could wrench it away, use her weapon on light stun, but she wanted Amara to make the choice. He's finished, Eve murmured. Finished hurting you and all the others. You're safe now, Amara. Let me have the knife. Let me have it so we can get you home to your family. When Amara let it go, Eve nodded at the uniform, held it out to him. Let's get that collar off you. Come over here. He said I was his dog. And he laughed. He laughed. I killed him. I killed him. I picked up the knife, and the pain, I didn't care. I know. But Amara shook her head. No, you can't. As Amara wept, Eve holstered her weapon, put arms around her. I can, she whispered. I do. 22. She had Amara and the imprisoned domestics transported with medical supervision to Central, and sent the 3 guards Lowenbaum's team had handled back with them in another transport. I need to do the official on-site on the body. We're going to need the EDD team to go over the electronics, flag for transfer. Place this size? Feeney glanced around. We're gonna need a bigger boat. Due to Roarke's fondness for classic vids, she knew that one, nearly laughed. Yeah. First priority is any and all auction data. The more we know there, the wider the net. We'll get on it. We'll pull in some of the locals to assist. He glanced over at Devereaux. I'd rather see him rotting in prison for a few decades, but I can't say justice wasn't fucking served, and on a damn platter. You want one of the locals to give you a hand with him? No, I've got it. When I'm done, they can bag and tag him. Then I need to head back. Another long day, but this one, it's a good one. She nodded and carried her field kit over to the body. For an instant, her father's face shimmered over Devereaux's. Then it faded, and she got to work. When she finished, made the arrangements, she stepped out of the dining room, gave herself a minute to wander and breathe. She supposed the estate rivaled Roarke's castle in size and scope. Apparently, Devereaux hadn't gone for antiques or what she could consider cozy spaces. Everything here was hard, bright, new. His money, or his ancestors' money, hadn't satisfied him, she thought. It hadn't been enough for him to own a successful, respected business, to own precious things. He needed to own people. Women and girls. When Roarke found her, he cupped her face, kissed her lightly. I'm fine, she told him. I see that. I didn't have a moment to tell you the way you handled Amara showed exactly who you are. A quick stun would have been simpler and quicker for you. She'd been hurt enough. She won't forget you. Now I'm more than pleased to tell you, we've come across a treasure trove of data on the auction. He pulled the strings there, too, she said. Probably set up a different arm, shell, whatever, to keep from muddying things up, but he headed that up. Got it in one, didn't you? Now Roarke angled his head. But I see you already suspected something of the sort. Power. All of it came down to power. His. I'm curious to see if Beatty had a piece of that, too. I'm thinking no. No, because it's too much power sharing, and that was his greed. But I'll find out either way. With the data here, you'll have the dates of every transaction, through previous auctions and through Red Swan. The buyers, the victims, the price paid, all of it. The satisfaction of that, the relief of it, had her scrubbing her face with her hands, walking around the ornate entrance hall. The current auction, can we still play that out? Some of the buyers could be new to this, but that doesn't mean they don't pay for attempting to buy a human being. We can, of course. Feeney and McNabb are already feeding data to Central. Good. Good. We'll give it all to the feds. I'm going to request Teasdale use Willoughby as NYPSD liaison on it. She earned it. A very good call, Lieutenant. I'm not especially needed here at this point, so when you're ready, I'm with you. I'm ready now. More than ready, she admitted, to get out and away from this hard, bright house. And you have to change and go to work. I do have to go in for a bit of time, but I don't need to change. I'm the boss after all. But I've had a change of clothes sent in for you. Why? When you held Amara, his blood was still wet on her, and so on you. Oh. She glanced down, blew out a breath at the bloodstains on her shirt, her jacket. You know what? Let it ride. Let them see it when I have them in the box. She checked in with Peabody for status, then contacted Yancey to arrange for Dorian to come into Central. He says she nailed Beatty, Eve said, as she strapped in for the flight back. But we're going to add the flesh and blood ID there and see if she or any of them can do the same with some of the others. She sat back, closed her eyes a moment. We may not find out who shoved that spike of wood into Mina Cabot. Not the single individual responsible for that. They're all responsible, aren't they? That's how I see it. That's how I expect the courts to see it. But he reached over, rubbed his hand over hers. What that brave child began, you're finishing. There'll be payment, Eve, and with payment, justice. And with that payment and justice, some closure for her family. She could see them, the mother, the father, the brother, huddled together in a pool of grief. They'll never get over it. I don't know how anyone could. But what you've done will help them get through it. And surely there's a young girl out there right now who'd be a target tonight, tomorrow, next week. Now she'll live the rest of her life never knowing that. Never knowing she owes that life to Mina and Dorian, to you and all the rest who fought for her. It matters, I think. She'll never know. She looked at him. Loved him. Maybe she'll grow up to be a total asshole. And he looked at her, loved her. Maybe she'll grow up to be a damn good cop. She considered. I guess it's all 50-50. When they landed at Central, sweet relief, she climbed out and he lifted off to fly to his midtown office. By the time she got down to homicide through the cop buzz of a major bust, she wanted 5 minutes of quiet and coffee. She'd take 2 minutes if she could have a giant coffee.
but she ran straight into Rio. Good, you're back. Jenkinson and Reinecke are working one in Interview A. Carmichael and Santiago have another in B. Peabody's with Willoughby, who's splitting her time between dealing with the victims in Conference Room 3 and Interview. I've got Conference Room, the working one. There went 2 minutes in her office, Eve thought as she strode down the hall. I've already got one who's ready and willing to flip on the others, Rio continued. Apparently she was friendly with Marlene Williamson, and she's been ready to bolt since they terminated Williamson. She'll testify, and she's talked her ass off already. What did you give her? 20 in. That's solid, no wiggle, on planet. Rio held up a hand. She's already rolled on Beatty and a host of others. Among those others are a few we don't have, but now will very shortly. In the conference room, Eve headed straight to the coffee. I've just finalized the deal, Rio continued. It's a win, Dallas. You've got a lot of hard cases in this, and we're not going to get a bouquet of confessions out of them. What she's feeding us will give us a mountain for the trials. I'm going to get a confession out of Iris Beatty. You're going to have to go through her lawyer. Word is she's called in big guns. Name: Samson Merritt. Great big guns with offices in East Washington, New York, and New L.A. Did she have him on tap? I'd say yes, as he's already here and consulting with her. Can we freeze her finances? We'd have to analyze and separate what she'd earned legally prior to the academy. Then Eve waved that away, pulled out her comm. Calendar. Whatever you're doing, stop that and do this. Samson Merritt, lawyer, New York, East Washington, New L.A. Dig in, dig deep. Find me the connection to Iris Beatty and the academy. Get me the dirt, because he's gonna be dirty. Got my shovel right here, Calendar said before Eve clicked off. I've heard a lot of things about Merritt, Dallas, but never any whiff of this sort of thing. Eve shook her head. She had him on tap, and he jumped. She's got something on him. Eve pointed to the board. This is ugly stuff, and it'll get uglier in the media and dragged out. A big deal like that doesn't need the money, doesn't need to risk his rep this way. Maybe he's just a shitbag, and he'll jump this fast at the idea of a case that's gonna pay big and get him in on screen. But it's just as likely the other way. Never caught a whiff? How much do you want to bet? Plenty will say the same when we start arresting the really rich assholes who buy kids online. That's a fair point. Catch me up, will you? Dodgett, the former Baltimore cop, picked up and being transferred here. Maxine Pryor, picked up and currently being grilled. She settled for a less shiny lawyer, but she's got some gloss. As she ran it down, Eve paced and absorbed. Let Beatty stew a while longer. We're going to run through as many of the others as we can. I've got Dorian Gregg coming in. Plenty of the other victims can ID her, but I want to give this to Dorian first. Mira can decide if any of the others are ready to do the same. She's in 3? Last I checked. I should get back. Keep it rolling. The boss and 2 more APAs are observing and serving. Eve walked down to the conference room, eased the door open. She saw about 100 girls, some huddled together, some sitting still and quiet. And she recognized many of the faces from her board. She signaled to Mira. I'm sorry to interrupt, she began when Mira crossed to her. Not at all. We're making progress, getting names, evaluating, even contacting parents, guardians. The longest held we know of at this point was taken 2 years ago. The shortest was taken only yesterday.
The one we rescued from the infirmary?
Yes, 9 years old, abducted from outside of Columbus, Ohio, walking back from her piano lesson.
I want to put Beatty and some of the others in lineup. I need you to decide which ones can handle that, can handle doing some IDs. She spotted the girl who'd fought her in the academy, sitting with her arm around a younger kid, and took a chance by crossing the room, crouching in front of her. Remember me, Lottie?
Yeah.
Carrie. You need anything?
I want to go home,
Carrie said. We're working on it. She looked back at the other girl. Want to pay them back?
Fucking A!
Good. I'm going to send for you in a bit. You're going to take a look at some people. They won't be able to see or hear you. And if you recognize anybody, you just say so.
I don't leave her!
Okay. Eve started to straighten up.
You've got blood on your shirt.
Is it some of theirs? Yeah, it is.
Good.
Eve walked back. That one, she said to Mira. She can handle it. The one with her, I don't know.
Carrie, we've notified her parents and they're on their way.
You wouldn't have done that without taking a look at the parents.
Everything points to them being good people. They have 2 other children, older kids.
Let them know the one with her. She wouldn't leave her behind. She wouldn't leave her and fought to get to her. Let them know that if I don't get a chance to speak with them.
I will.
I'll let you know when we're ready for the lineup. She walked down to observation and found her commanders stepping out. Let's use your office, he said, and led the way. Inside, he gestured to her AC. If I could? Absolutely. She programmed coffee. The operation in France rescued 42 victims and arrested 8 suspects. 1 officer is currently hospitalized and in serious condition. Other injuries on all sides are reported as minor. He drank coffee. Devereaux is dead. He was dead when we got to him, yes, sir. Amara Garbi, age 20, was abducted from Tunisia nearly 8 years ago. She was collared, Commander, as were the other victims we rescued from that location. Garbi was in severe distress, in fear for her life when she picked up the knife from the table. You don't need to sell me, Lieutenant. We have the names of all the victims rescued from the Devereaux estate. None are minors. All state they were abducted at various ages and trained at either the academy in New York or the facility in France before being sold and/or rented. Devereaux raped all of them upon their arrival at the estate multiple times, and often held what he called parties where his guests could also rape and abuse them. At this point in time, all but Garbi were designated as domestics, which their statements agree was his routine. He recently traded in another woman. I see. Do we know her status or location? Not yet. EDD is searching his records. All right, then. Some of these subjects will also face federal charges. I've spoken with Agent Teasdale. She'll consult with you when you're ready. I appreciate the leeway, sir. You took considerable, he reminded her, and your judgment was correct. Thank you, sir. She turned at the tap on her door jamb. Detective Yancey. Dorian? In the bullpen, Lieutenant, with Roe and Ms. Vera from CPS. She did great. If I could show you? She gestured him in, waited while he opened his sketchbook. She dug on the hand sketches, so I went with that rather than comp-generated. That's Iris Beatty. That's damn good. Did one full length. He flipped a page, had Eve's blood pumping. She wanted Beatty in the box. Really damn good, Eve murmured. She hits details. Yancey pushed at his curling mop of hair. I've got 3 more suspects, and I think she could give us more, but you said it was time to bring her in. We're gonna line them up for her. Show me the rest. That's the night matron, the dead one. The doctor, and I don't have a name on this one yet. Cyril Gum, Whitney supplied. Santiago and Carmichael are interviewing him now, and he's holding his line. We'll put him up for her, see how he holds it after that. Good work, Yancey. We'll get copies for the file, get the originals to the PA. Sir, I need to review the interviews before I bring Beatty and her lawyer up. Rio tells me we've already flipped one. Let me know when you're ready, Dallas. And good work as usual, Detective. Buy me some time, Yancey, and take her through another. I want her occupied. Glad to do it. When he left, Eve sat and began a review. An hour into it, she paused when she heard Peabody's clump. Please, coffee, please. Eve jerked a thumb at the auto chef. Philomena Horowitz, Peabody said as she got her coffee. Cleaning supervisor and domestic instructor. She taught those trainees selected as domestic slaves. 3 years in, and you know what? You know the fuck what? She has daughters of her own. Teenage daughters, but she did this. Needed the job, boo-hoo. Needed the money. Never hurt anyone. Taught useful skills, sniveling bitch. Status? Peabody gulped coffee. Cracked her like an egg. And I got to be bad cop. Willoughby looks like a kid, so I got to come in hard. She flipped on Beatty, among others. Tried to claim she had no idea what was really going on, and we shoveled out that bullshit. Carlise, one of the APAs, dealt her a hard 20. See how she likes it. Where's Willoughby? She's checking in with Feeney. Something about the auction and the change of status there. We didn't have time to talk about it. What's the change? Dead Devereaux ran it. Something Beatty may or may not have been aware of. So he was double-dipping. That's one way to put it. He could buy, sell, trade, collect membership fees, take the auction house percentage, and preview all the other entries. And I'm thinking an enterprising soul like him, maybe you supplement with a little blackmail here and there. So, like, quadruple dipping. How about the woman who stabbed dead Devereaux? I have to check on her, but no charges. Her family in Tunisia, parents, 2 siblings, has been or will shortly be contacted. For now, at least, we have to leave the bulk of the victims to Mira, the therapists, and SVU while we keep cracking those eggs. I'm ready for that. Seriously ready. Peabody did a quick boxer's shuffle. Who's up first? Eve checked the time and decided she couldn't wait any longer. I'm putting Beatty and some of the others in lineups. Check with Mira. She was going to select some of the victims she thought could handle it. I've got Dorian with Yancey. The battle light in Peabody's eyes went soft and sober. You're giving them back power. The power these people took from them. Positive eyewitness identification is the purpose.
But that's a solid side benefit. I'll set it up, get Dorian. Meet me with the others." She left it to the PA to roll over defense lawyerly objections. She didn't mind the delay, as it gave her a chance to see Samson Merritt's tap dance. She started with one of the hard cases, Frank Bester, security, an egg who'd yet to show the thinnest crack. Dorian stood with her arms folded as behind the one-way glass men filed out. "Number 3, that one," she said without hesitation. "I saw him around." "Around where?" "The academy. Where do you think?" And sometimes he'd come into the studio and watch. He'd meet with Auntie in her office, mostly during the day, but... Can you make him say something? What do you want him to say? Spread out and find those bitches. She stepped to the intercom. "Number 3, step forward. Repeat this. Spread out and find those bitches." He curled his lip, but repeated the phrase. "That's him! That's him! He was in the tunnels that night and outside when we were hiding. He said that before Mina ran. She ran because he said that and I couldn't run." "Number 3, step back. Dorian, you're going to step out with Dr. Mira." "Why?" "I have others who need to look at the lineup." "But I said it was him. If you don't believe..." "I absolutely believe you. But why should you have all the fun? The more of you who ID him, the more he'll pay." Out of 6 witnesses, Eve got 5 positive IDs. She worked her way up the chain. Security, matrons, instructors, medical personnel, until she came to what she considered the grand prize. When Beatty filed out with the next group, Dorian let out a gasp. "Number 4! 4! Number 4! That's Auntie! That's her! I swear to God that's her!" "Okay, take a breath. Take a few of them. She has to pay." "She will. Look at her. She already is." "It's not enough." "It will be. You've given me everything I need to make it be enough. Now you have to leave it to me. You're going to go back to the school now, and you're going to live your life. You're going to make something of it, because that makes her pay too. Every smart thing you do from this moment on makes her pay." "How?" "Because she wanted to take it all from you, and instead you're taking it all back. She tried to make you nothing, and you'll make yourself something." Tears gleamed and burned. "Mina's still dead. I can't change that. But everything you do now gives Mina's bravery meaning. Don't forget that. Go on out. Rochelle's waiting for you." Dorian took one last look at Beatty. "Rotten hell," she said before she walked out. "Well done, Eve." Eve shook her head at Mira. "It's not over yet." "No, but that young, damaged girl is already healing, and you're a part of why." "I didn't have half her guts at that age." "I completely disagree." Eve just took a few of those breaths herself and called in the next witness. With Iris Beatty, she got a solid 6 out of 6. "We're gonna wrap her up and wrap her tight," Rio stated. "No deals," she added before Eve could speak. "I'm gonna love having a chair at the table at her trial, and I'd bank on us against Merritt on this one all the way. I'm taking her in the box, and don't bet against me breaking her." "I never do." "I'd hoped to shake things up with the lawyer, but..." Eve broke off when Calendar ran in. "But hell, what have you got?" "It took a frigging backhoe and, okay, with everybody tied up in the auction deal and the dead guy's ease, I gave Roarke a tag for a quick remote assist. Results, we can talk method later. Samson Merritt goes by Deep Daddy online, at least as his underground handle for trolling kiddie porn sites and for registering for the aforesaid auction. He's participated in same, using different handles, for 10 years we found so far. And, got more, he has a private residence on Long Island, not far from Devereaux's, titled under another name, under a shell, under more bullshit. This is not one of the residences he shares with his wife of 20-several years." "Deep Daddy?" Eve repeated. Calendar bared her teeth. "Yeah, and sure, ick, but he's in this. I tagged Feeney on the way down to you, and he's looking to see if Merritt helped him set up the not-so-legal stuff for the academy, the auction." "Enough to arrest?" Eve asked Rio. "Let me take a look at it. Huddle with the boss. Give me 20, maybe 30. I'm putting them in the box." And going to consult with Teasdale, she decided. "That'll get you 20, maybe 30. "Send me everything, Calendar," Rio said, on the move. "Same goes, and good work, detective." "Feels good. Feels like a damn good day." "Let's keep that going." Eve yanked out her comm. "Peabody, get Beatty and her lawyer in a box. Meet me in my office and move it." She got Rio her 20, worked out strategy, then stepped into the box where Beatty, not looking her best in the orange jumpsuit, sat with her distinguished attorney. "Record on. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve and Peabody Detective Delia entering interview with Beatty Iris, a.k.a. Swan Iris, and her attorney of record, Merritt Sampson, on the matters of—" She blew out a breath, then read off the multiple case files. "You've procrastinated on this matter for long enough," Merritt began. "I've already filed motions to—" "I don't much give a crap about your motions. Your client was arrested on site where 136 minors were held against their will, where evidence of physical, mental, and emotional abuse is mountainous, and where evidence of child trafficking, abductions, and murder are clear and present. You're well aware of all this, Counselor. My client categorically rejects these accusations and has claimed her right to remain silent. Your client has been positively ID'd in lineup by 6 witnesses as the woman known as Auntie, who ran the organization responsible for these abductions, forced imprisonment, torture, sexual abuse, and trafficking." He smiled thinly. "Witnesses, one presumes, who are minors and who, by your account, have suffered emotional abuse. I doubt very much their coach testimony will hold up in court." Eve drew out a sketch. "You know who described you for the police artist?" "Dorian Gregg. She just keeps besting you, Iris." She pulled out others, tossed them on the table. "And all these matrons, including the one you killed, instructors, security. Jesus Christ, I walked in, duly warranted, on a couple of prisoners, minor females, being videoed in bed. I know she's got you by the short hairs, Merritt, but you know she's going down for this." "I have no idea what you mean." The brisk knock on the door made Eve smile. "I bet that's going to explain it." She rose, opened the door to Rio in 2 uniforms. "Your warrant, Lieutenant, for the arrest of Samson Merritt on charges of child trafficking, child abuse of a sexual nature, fraud, conspiracy to commit the abduction of minors, enforced imprisonment of minors. He'd surged to his feet. "What nonsense is this?" "It's the naked truth, Deep Daddy. Officers, escort this human slime bag to booking." "This is an outrage!" "No, you are. And I bet when we find whoever you're holding for your own sick pleasures at your hideaway on Long Island, they'll agree. Get him out of my interview room." When they muscled him out, Rio came in, sat. "Rio, APA share, joining interview." "Well, oops, Iris. Looks like you lost your lawyer. And now that we've been able to freeze at least the bulk of your accounts, good luck hiring another. You do have a right to an attorney, and we'll provide you with same if you wish. Speak now. Go to hell." "No thanks. I like elbow room, and you and your people are really gonna crowd the place." "We've got you." Eve leaned in. "We've got you cold. We have eyewitness identifications and accounts, and not all from minors. Several of your staff flipped on you and others already. More will. We have your own records, meticulous ones, and your own security feed. We have your scouts. Those we haven't taken yet, we will. Oh, and we took down your branch in Provence. Last I heard, lots of people talking and rolling and doing backflips to drag you down." Eve let out a happy sigh. "Now we've got your lawyer. And if he doesn't grab a deal on this, I'm a monkey's uncle." "What does that mean?" she asked Peabody. "Isn't a monkey's uncle just another monkey?" "Discuss later." She shrugged it off. "You've been around the block. Another stupid one. But you've been around and more than once. You know when you're cooked." "I'll make a deal," Beatty said. "Will you?" "We've got you, Iris. Why would we deal?" "I'll give you who financed it all, who created it all. For immunity on all charges, I'll give you the top and every single buyer and seller I know, and I know plenty. I could, hypothetically, start with Samson Merritt. Merritt's already toasted, and immunity is never going to be on the table," Rio told her. "Lower your expectations." "Why should I give you a thing, then?" "Try the prospect of doing several life sentences without possibility of parole in an off-planet facility." 5 years, on planet. Beatty folded her hands on the table like a woman in charge. "You wouldn't be here if you didn't want to deal." "That's not a deal. It's a gift. I don't know you well enough to give you a gift. 20 years. Rio held up a finger before Eve could object. "On planet, if, and only if, your information leads to the identities, arrests, and prosecutions of those you name. That's all I've been authorized to offer you by the Office of the Prosecuting Attorney of New York. Take it or leave it." "Put it in writing." Rio rose. Eve shoved up and followed her out. Dallas and Rio exiting interview. Do you want something to drink while we wait, Ms. Beatty?" Beatty flicked a smug glance at Peabody. "A dry martini would go down nicely. Sparkling water will suffice." Interview pause as Peabody exits. Outside of interview, she ditched the meek expression and did a happy dance to vending. When they came back, restarted the record, Beatty read the deal carefully, then signed it. "Names," Eve snapped. "Work your way up to the top." Wade C. Youngkin, International Finance, numerous residences. Alice Ann Dobbs, shipping heiress, 5th generation. She had a hell of a long list, and though Eve recognized some from Feeney's early report, she let Beatty state them all for the record. When Beatty paused, Eve nudged. "Who murdered Mina Cabot?" "Though I hold Matron Williamson and Nurse Parks responsible for the loss of a trainee we had invested heavily in, she was killed during an altercation with Devin Coons, night security. The girl brought about her own death, literally running into that spear of wood when Coons got it away from her. She injured 3 before he did so." "Good for you, Mina," Eve thought. Hit the top. Jonah K. Devereaux, owner of Reliable Delivery Service. The very top. His money founded the Academy and its smaller European counterpart. It was his concept, and a brilliant one. A training facility, self-contained, to educate, instruct, improve those selected to serve and service. He enjoys the control, of course, and the benefits of owning a few adult, as he isn't personally into the young ones, slaves. But the revenue stream has been very rewarding. From sales, rentals, the porn revenue. Of course, a superior product will merit handsome profits, and we produce superior products. You and Devereaux. He had the funds, I had the experience and expertise. Spell it out, Iris. And she did. The procedures, start to finish. Abductions, transportation, training, punishments, rewards, security. Every detail on record. Devereaux, sounds familiar. Eve pushed up, frowning, pacing, then stopped, smiled. "Oh yeah, that's the rich sadistic pervert I sent to the morgue this morning. He's dead." "Dead? That's impossible." "Possible. One of the women he abused decided she didn't want to be a slave anymore. She didn't want to be gangbanged at a party for a bunch of sick fucks. He got off easy. You won't." Her lips quivered before she firmed them. "I don't believe you. I personally selected every domestic in consort for Jonah. Seeing's believing." Eve pulled out a crime scene photo. "I'm full of dumbass sayings today." Beatty sat, several moments, staring at the bloodied corpse of her longtime partner. Jonah Devereaux was a visionary and a friend. One you were ready to toss over to us for a deal. And a man who understood self-preservation. She pushed the photo away with her fingertips. "You think I can't do 20? Oh, I think you can do the 20, though I doubt you'll ever get to it. Could be wrong," she said as she rose and opened the door. "Special Agent Teasdale, you're up." "FBI," Eve said to Beatty. "Federal charges, numerous and heavy. All those abductions crossing state lines, the shipping of human minors over same, not to mention internationally. We have a deal, on record, in writing." "And that deal holds," Rio rose. "For New York. Federal charges? Out of our hands." "Oh, one more thing before we turn this over." Eve paused at the door. "Your visionary friend? He ran the auction, the big one coming right up, as a side deal, charging the Academy fees, collecting them." "You're lying." "Hey, he's dead. Why would I bother?" "Over to you, Special Agent." "Thank you, Lieutenant. Always a pleasure. Back at you. Dallas, Rio, and Peabody exiting interview. Record end." Eve waited long enough to watch 2 other agents escort Beatty out while Teasdale read off charges. I love when a plan works. Eve rolled her shoulders. And you've got to love when they just don't see it coming. Get me this fucking Coons guy, Peabody, and let's crack him like an egg for Mina. All over it. That was good work, Dallas. We all did good work on this. Not done yet, but yeah, all around good work. She thought she'd skate. Do 20, probably run some businesses from inside. They were nothing to her, Rio. Those girls were nothing to her but profit margins. But she felt something for Devereaux. You could see it. She'd roll him flat to make a deal, but she felt something for him. Friendship. Admiration. More than she felt for the client she gave up, which we're going to start knocking down like bowling pins. A favorite sport. Bowling's your favorite sport? No, knocking bad guys down like bowling pins. Tag me if you need me on Coons. I've got to get this to the boss. Buy you a drink later? Sunday afternoon, our place, barbecue. Yeah? I am so there. How did that come out of my mouth? Eve asked herself. Then went to her office for a hit of coffee before she took on the murderer of Mina Cabot. Epilogue. There were times she drove through the gates toward home that she felt euphoric. Times she felt exhausted. Tonight, she felt a tangle of both at once. When she parked, got out of the car, she stood a moment looking at the trees, the grass, the flowers in the softening light of a summer evening. She needed this world right now, and everything waiting inside the house. Then she walked in, saw Somerset. Maybe not everything. Not in the mood to swipe snipes, she thought, and headed straight for the stairs with the cat jogging behind her. Lieutenant. Not today, Satan. Lieutenant, he said again, and annoyed, she turned. What? And something on his face shook her. Roarke. Is Roarke all right? Yes, he's upstairs, and he's fine. I saw Nadine's report. Jesus. She'd really wanted those 10 years of her life he'd just scared out of her. Fine. Good. Lieutenant, he said a third time. All those young girls, right here in New York. And no one knew. Some knew, and the ones who did are gonna do a whole hell of a lot of cage time. Listen, I had a daughter. Her annoyance dropped. That's what she saw on his face, she realized. A kind of grief. I know. She was innocent. And she was loved, as those girls were. She started to say not all were loved, but let it go. They hurt her, and they raped her, and they killed her. My child. I think they wouldn't have been able to do so if there had been a cop like you in that place and time. But there wasn't. Not then. Not there. For the families who have their daughters back, I'm grateful to you. I didn't do it alone. It takes leadership, he interrupted. The tone is set at the top. You should get some rest. Going to. She started up, stopped. The one most responsible for all this, he inherited his money and exploited it.
used it to cause pain and suffering. I'm not getting into how Roarke built the foundation for his, but I know what he does with it. The shelter, the school, and all the rest he does. The tone's set from the top there, too. You gave him the chance to set it. She continued up, with the cat rushing ahead. She went to the bedroom first, and for the first time in what felt like days, took off her weapon. She'd check in with Roarke, take a shower. God, a real shower! Then, he walked in. I saw Nadine's very extensive report. Yeah, I gave her the whole deal when Feeney said they'd cracked right through the auction data. Various LEOs and agencies are busy picking up perverts, rescuing girls and women. We won't get them all. You never get them all, but... You know that kid who gave me such grief during the raid? I do, yes. Lottie Krug. She was on my board. She wouldn't leave Carrie until Carrie's parents got there. And they wouldn't leave Lottie. They got emergency custody and said they're going to apply for permanent. Some people don't suck. Some people don't, he agreed, and crossed over to wrap his arms around her. Thanks for the assist with calendar, and with the auction deal after. Had to cut into your time even more. I have more time, and right now, all I want is time with you. Handy, because I want the same with you. It started with Mina Cabot, and I ended it with her killer. Cracked like an egg. That's something that's going around today. I needed that. I know it was personal. I guess all of this was personal. But it's done. She held on tight to everything she needed now. I was going to take a shower. How about we spend some of this time in there, all naked and wet? I definitely have time for that. He lifted both of her hands, kissed them. Oh, just one more thing. She kept her hands in his as she walked backward toward the bathroom. I sort of invited pretty much everybody to that cookout deal you talked about. On Sunday. Like this Sunday. He paused, angled his head. Did you take a blow to the head after I left Central? I wondered the same, but I got caught up or something. It's a lot of people. A lot. Then I come home and end up having a conversation with Somerset. I mean, a conversation. I need to get you naked. Take a close and thorough look to make absolutely certain you're Eve Dallas and not an imposter. Good idea. Let me know. It didn't take him long, not long at all, to confirm he had the real deal.